Hello everyone. So in this video I'm going to be working on my snaky blood knights and hopefully finish them up so I can add them to my other blood knight. Oh, finish them up so I can... Okay, I'm back. So yeah, this one's more or less finished. I might add some snow just to brighten up the base a bit. But overall, tabletop ready to hopefully not die immediately. And then I'll be hopefully releasing this video this week. I painted this cool model. And the gash is more or less done. I think I still need to add some edge highlights here and there, and I'm still thinking to update the book. But I don't know. So far, I'm happy with it. Good enough for the table. Maybe I have high expectation. Still need to glue his sword on here. I need to find it. Can't find the sheath. But yeah. The army is growing. Put him back on the shelf. Hopefully I don't break him. These big models really like to be. Okay. So, what should I do first? Yeah, I'll probably add some skeleton horde onto the middle part of the belly. Where are my bushes? My brushes. It's so weird. Can't find my brushes anywhere. Oh well. That's weird. It's not really working. Let's try Iron Rack.
It's got its own unique spell, which is cast on a 6, where until the start of your next turn, you can reroll charge rolls to crit assault by Great Balls infantry while they're holding within 12 inches. Perfect. Not the best, I guess, but you do want some infantry to get in. Am I gonna spend points on this guy to cast a spell to make that happen? No. Especially when his combat profile is 5 attacks, 3 strength, and 1 damage 2. Or I should probably just say his standard healer profile, which is like fine, but it's not good. And then he's got a passive called Call to the Hunt, where if this unit charges turn, for the rest of the turn, add 1 to the wound rolls. For combat attacks, they've got friendly death rattle and dead walkers units, while they're wholly within 12 inches, which is pretty nice, especially if you maybe combo those up with Manfred, you get +1 attacks, you get +1 attack, +1 to wound on some of these guys. That could be really, really cool. I'm just going to shout out right here the Radicar, the Beast, also the Wolf. This version is an amazing sculpt. And I wish his rules were cooler, so I'd take it more often in a game. The other Radicar the Beast, has got 12 health, a 4-up save, moves 8 inches, has also an level 1 wizard with a 6-up ward save. Also a unique character. Now, his Blood Slit Claws got crit mortals with 6 attacks, 3 when 2 damage 3. So, much more of a juicy combat character. And then his Vikos Bloodborne Basic Blades got 6 attacks, 3s and 3s, when 1 damage 2. So, all around, much more output than the other version of Radicar. In addition, he's got a Rampage where once per turn at the end of any turn, if this unit is not in combat, you can move D6 inches and move into combat, which is fantastic. That's such a fun ability. I said this when I did the Battle Pack review. Radical the Beast is something I would include in the Vampire list because it's a really fun mechanic that you can do some really fun stuff with. It's just got a classic called Call to the Hunt, where if you charge his turn for the rest of the turn, it's the same as the other Radical, you get +1 wound for Death Rattle and Dead Walkers. And also it's got a spell called Armor of the Night, which is cast on 6, and you subtract 1 from the hit rolls or wound rolls for attacks that target this unit for the rest of the turn. So that's pretty good. Minus 1 to hit, minus 1 to wound, 12 health, 4-up save, a ton of damage, and then the ability to just pop in and out with the beast will out, which is very fun. So I like Radicar. It's not necessarily because he's a good support piece, thanks to Call to the Hunt, but because he's a really fun melee piece, thanks to the beast will out and an actual output profile, which is good. Our next character is a Via Volga. She's got 5 health, 5-up save, moves 6 inches, control value 2. She's attack, which is garbage, and a combat profile to match. She's got an ability where you can -1 to hit rolls for attacks that do target her, thanks to Shrieking Swarm. There's a spell that you cast for 6, where you subtract 5 from the control score of enemy monsters while they're at 12 inches. But seeing as that enemy monster would just nuke her make a nuke 2 of her into the earth, it's not really worth casting. And then it's got a passive called Healer's Bane, where you subtract 2 from the attack characteristics of the enemy monsters. Any weapon while they're in combat with this unit. Garbage, don't take. It disappointed the Games Workshop have great rules for. Now, next up, I love Baladama Volga. She's pretty vibes. She's 9 health, 4-up save, moves 8 inches, control value 5. Worth pointing out, control value 5. Especially thanks to her passive, the first of Bycross, where you activate the control score of friendly Radical the Wolf, Radical the Beast, a Via Volga, Lady Anika, and Khaleesi, while they're within 8 inches. So she can really up the tempo of the control scores for some of these characters, most of whom you won't take, but you might take Radical. She's also got a really great spell, which really makes Direwolf super effective, especially if then you do something like, like Frigate Ruther or whatever you might want to do. Cast on a 7, under the Killing Moon, you pick up to 3 visible friendly Direwolf units wholly within 18 inches. And then you add 1 to the rend characteristic of the target's melee weapons. Great. The targets can ignore the effect of the beast ability. Beast is an ability that means that their control score can only ever be 1. But this immediately makes Direwolves who you can have up to 20 in a unit, I think. Maybe I'm making that up, but I think it's 20. 20 in a unit. They've got 2 health each. Now have their control score, which would be probably 20, which is great. So I like this a lot. So it's very, very fun. She's also got, to add to the survivability, with 9 health, 4-up save, a 4-up ward save as long as she's in the combat range of Dire. Taking her, you also take Direwolves. So you can make a race to Atlantic Army with a bunch of Direwolves, and that's very fun. Okay, I'm just hearing that direwolves come in 5s, not 10s, so you can only get 10 direwolves, but either way. But then if she does have that 4 up ward save, then she has to, any damage she takes on the 4 up ward save, she has to apply to the direwolf unit. She's fine, because she's also got the ability to like bring some direwolves back and stuff. Okay, see the 5s or 10s, whichever one it is. Let me know in the comments below, but either way. But I like Belladama. I like the bunch of direwolves. I think that's a really fun list. I think it's super thematic. I think they've done a good job with writing her profile because she's a big support piece, and then she's obviously garbage combat because she's a foot character. Next up, we have another vampire character called Lady Anika. It's got a pretty cool ability actually. 5 health, 5 up save, 4 up ward save. Arguably, maybe even close to a frontline melee character. Then you read that her profile for combat is 7 attacks, great. Hit on 3s, okay. Win on 4s, really tragic. Rend 1, damage 2, so not a frontline melee character. However, you can put her into reserve thanks to supernatural speed, and then bring it out of reserve 9 inches away from enemy units thanks to the Starving Nightmare ability. But with the Kiss of the Blade Oisian? Anyway, at the end of any turn, pick an enemy unit that was allocated any damage points inflicted by this unit's combat attacks is turned to the target. Roll a dice on it. Plus, you subtract 1 from the save rolls to the target for the rest of the battle, which is pretty fun. I like that a lot. That's very cool. So just reduce down armor saves from high wound units. Probably a pretty cheap character, because other than that, it's garbage. So, and you can put it into Deep Strike, be a little like nice wielder in the back of the enemy lines. Do some battle tactics with them as well. I mean, absolutely fantastic. Next up, we have another main character, Quinza the Rat Prince. He's got 5 health and a 5 up save. It's got a 6 up ward save. It's a wizard, which is pretty fun. A bit unique, you only have 1 of them. It's got one of the mighty profiles of 5 attacks, speech 3, threat 1, damage 2, with crit 2 hits. Now, he's got a cool ability called Scurrying Retreat, where as soon as you combat, you roll a dice on 3 up, can immediately use your retreat abilities if we want to movement phase without damage being inflicted. If you only steady combat phase, which means every combat phase, which means you can just pop around trying to do battle tactics, grab objectives, jump on stuff, do some fun things, which is cool. Obviously, you've got to be in a fight to start in a fight, both from output and survivability. But as long as these guys like 40 points, I take it, and then just have fun with it. Generally, just to be annoying. And then you've got, in any combat phase, the ability to do further support. When you pick an enemy in combat with this unit to be the target, you roll a dice or 3 up, the target no longer has an artifact power. Now, this would be really good if artifacts of power in HC Bar were remotely good. But as we've seen from this book, there's very few options, only 3, and oftentimes those options are pretty weak source. There are occasionally a couple of good artifacts of power for some armies, but this is a really fun ability. If they add a bunch of new artifacts power in the future that are really fun, you just run around trying to dig it. Again, it's just a 3+, but it's very cool, very fun, very thematic, especially fun for like a little quest you give yourself where you just play in a tournament with 2,000 points on like Great Lord Army, but you have 1 crits of the Rat Prince trying to steal people's artifacts, send it as a personal quest for yourself. That's very cool and a very fun thing that you can do, and it's nice that it's in there. The next unit we look at for one of the new models, super fun, is the Vampire Lord of Nightmare Steed, and they absolutely want you to buy this model, and they absolutely want you to buy Blood Knights. So moves 12 inches. Okay, it's nice and fast for a cavalry unit. So 7 health with a 3 up save and control value 2. Now, isn't good in combat, but that's not the reason he's there. With 5 attacks, and 2 though, so more than the sword of unholy power that Manfred has. Steady red 1, and it's damage 3 on the charge. So 5 attack damage 2 on the charge red 2. This is okay. Right. So he has an ability called For Glory or For Blood, which you use as a reaction to you declaring a charge ability for this unit. It's incredibly long-winded. But what it basically says is that you can counter-charge with this unit and you'll get rerolls. Right? Also, you can reroll charges on this guy anyway. Anytime this guy charges, rerolls. Okay, perfect. You can counter-charge and get a reroll. That's great. Counter-charge is the ability to charge in your opponent's turn, cost you 2 command points. But you can also pick a Blood Knights unit holding within 12 inches. They can also counter-charge, also with rerolls as well, at the same time. Or You can charge with this guy in your turn with rerolls, and a Blood Knight unit holding 12 inches can also charge with rerolls as well. So, as it was pointed out, statistically, thank you to Bot Viking in the chat, statistically worth 6 command points if you were to do that in your opponent's turn, which is fun. And then, as well as that, it's got the ability to strike at the heart in any combat phase. If a friendly Bloodlance unit that charges turn is holding within 12 inches of this unit, add one to the range characteristic of that unit's Templar weapons. So now we know that we're going to get charges, reroll charges, counter charges, rerolls, plus 1 rend on the charge. In addition, if we were to take something like 4 dry, then with 4 dry, we potentially get pluses to damage as well. So the horse girlies are going to go shout story. I'm going to go crazy for this because you're going to be able to take a lot of Blood Knights and they're going to be very good. Next up, we have the Vampire Lord on foot. Actually, quite fun utility piece for a level 1 wizard. Should cost around 100 points. Got the standard belly profile, which sucks. But it's anti-hero plus 1 rend, 5 health with a 3-up save. And then it's got this ability, Sanguine Blow, which you do in your hero phase only once per turn. Roll dice on a 3-up, remove the unit from the battlefield, set up again on the battlefield, more than 9 inches from all enemy non-hero units, but more than 3 inches from all enemy heroes. Now, one of the things we were talking about earlier is that some of the spells, specifically that Strike Blast spell, which has quite a long duration, is really difficult to get off because it's 12 inches. Well, now, on a 3-up, you can teleport a wizard within 9 inches and start making a unit Strike Blast. Cast a Manifestation is another idea as well, which is fun. So a really fun, interesting tech piece. And I guess in the right situation, you could do a charge, maybe try and kill a hero as well, kill their valuable wizard that's controlling a manifestation, or it's going to do their support casting or something. So genuinely a really fun piece that you can build as a Vampire Lord, a little assassin character that works on 3-up. Next up, we look at the Mortis Engine. The Mortis Engine is an interesting hero. It's a level 1 wizard, so worth at least 100 points, with a 6-up ward save and a good survivable profile, 12 health, 4-up save, control value of 5, and moves 10. Now, it doesn't have remotely a good combat profile, but it's got 2 reasons that you would give it. They're not at odds with each other, but I think it means that it will be more expensive than it needs to be for each of the 2 jobs. The first one is a passive that nexus of Death Energy, where when a friendly Death Rattle or Dead Walker's unit, holding in 12 inches of this unit is to the target of Deathly Invocation, to add T3 to the number of damage points that can be healed, all the combined health characteristics models that you return. Which means if you're running like direwolves or you're running skeletons, then you can potentially bring back a lot more models or bigger models to those units than previously, which is good. So in the support role, that's a really nice piece. But the other thing means, so you wouldn't mind this being a little bit cheaper end. You've got a level 1 wizard, it does this fun thing, it's a big model, but then it has this really pretty fun shooting attack where it's got the reliquary, where when you set this model up, it has a dissection with a 1, and every time a Soulblight Grey Horse Wizard, only within 12 inches, or just within 12 inches, successfully casts a spell, then you can turn that dice up until you get to a maximum of 6. Then in the shooting phase, you can only do it once as well, so you can't take multiples of these. You can pick up 3 enemy units within 10 inches, roll a dice for each target on a 3-up, you can inflict an amount more damage on the target equal to the unit's stored energy dice. So potentially 18 mortal damage, but realistically you're only going to hit 2 targets, so you're going to do like about 8 mortal damage. So I guess all of that comboed together also is a nice package, where it kind of does a bit of everything. But it doesn't really necessarily singularly fit. So it's only really going to work, I would say, if you're already running a lot of skeletons, so you're planning on going down that route, skeletons or direwolves or something. And then the shooting I would see as a bonus. Otherwise, you've just got a very survivable 12 health, 4-up save wizard. Our next hero is the Carbon Throne. Again, one of these like tower models. 12 health with a 4-up save. It's got a wizard level 1, so already worth 100 points. And then 6-up ward save. So in that it both buffs vampires and Death Rattle and Dead Walkers. So it depends what you want to really do here. Not good in combat, so it's not worth talking about that. But what it does, it has a passive called Tactical Insight, where a friendly Death Rattle or Dead Walkers unit, wholly within 6 inches of it, as a 5-up ward save. Now, 6 inches is pretty close, but 5-up ward save on what can be a lot of wounds and bodies on the board is actually really nice. So if you can get it in range, this has got a flight keyword, so you know you can have to measure it quite a bit and try really hard, but you can make good units which can come back from the dead and bottom will come back. So units is quite a prodigious rate. Now they've got 5 6, you can really build something that's very difficult to shift. Now it becomes a little bit two-tone because of its once per battle in your combat phase ability of promising function, where you pick up to 3 friendly vampire units wholly within 12 inches to shoot to the targets. You add one to the attacks characteristic of the target's melee weapons for the rest of the turn. Now this isn't that big a deal on heroes, although I'm sure some people would like to give Mordred even just one extra attack. But on Blood Knights, as an example, or a Skirted Tree Blades, as another example, that's what it's like to good because there's more models in the unit. And obviously on the charge, those units are also really effective as well. They get plus to damage, they get plus to rend if you take them in the battle formation, so you could really prop them up. Do I want to spend all those points for once per battle, adding the extra damage? Maybe yes, maybe no. Depends. Like in some cases, you want to absolutely invigorate the unit that you're fighting. That's the goal. And especially for if you're running Vordry and you're running Blood Knights, because if you do obliterate a unit with some Blood Knights, for example, all this doing True Players, then you're going to be able to activate Vordry's ability to potentially give them +1 damage, which makes it even scarier. So I think interesting. Probably won't end up making it into the list because it's just another 5 Blood Knights probably. But it does have the ability to upscale them, which is very fun. And a really cool piece. I should also mention as well, it's got the ability with the scrying tools, a passive, that if a unit of Soulblight Grey Balls does redeploy more than 12 inches, then another unit of Soulblight Grey Balls can do a redeploy for free, plus you go to that point, which is not something I'm that bothered about. But yeah, Common Throne is interesting, great model as well. Next hero is a White Lord on Skeletal Steed. 7 health, the 3-up save, not good in combat, small damage on the charge, but I'm not too bothered. Add on to charge rolls for Death Rattle Cavalry while they're holding in 12 inches of this unit, and there's got a fight simultaneously. A lot of heroes have this fight simultaneously with a unit of non-hero Death Rattle Cavalry, so it's going to be a Black Knight, or a Barrow Knight, whatever they call unit. It's not very good. Just don't take this. So the Viking on Skeletal Steed is very easy to use with the White Lord on Skeletal Steed, but it's much better. 8 health with a 3-up save, 50 inches, has a 6-up ward save, and has got 5 attacks that can do damage 3 on the charge with crit mortals. Now it's important that the King's Relic weapon rolls at least 1 6 because then you get to use Ancient Barrow Curse, where if an attack fade with the King's Relic weapon scores critically, the target unit becomes cursed. For the rest of the battle, you subtract 1 from save rolls for cursed units. So you can pick a really scary unit, make them cursed forever, and multiple enemies cursed. Let's say now I won. That's good for ongoing combats, which is very nuts. And you've also got the ability of Mortal Conquer, where in your hero phase, you can, for the rest of the turn, pick an objective in a territory. Then for the rest of the turn, or terrain feature, objective or a terrain feature within their mid territory. For the rest of the turn, I want hit rolls for attacks made by friendly Death Rattle units while they're holding in 6 inches of that objective or terrain feature. Perfect. And then, so what do we think of? I think the fact that you can debuff and then you can save really effectively is very nice. Very, very good. Obviously, just ups the rend of your whole army, which is very, very cool. Enough to go around and be doing that. That's fun. Doesn't bring any other support to the army. But yeah, not too bad. Our next Viking is on foot, 5 health with a 3-up save and an average combat profile. Actually, a little bit worse because he hits on 4s. The reason you're going to take the Viking is for 2 reasons. One, he's got an ability called King of the Shambling Bones, where you pick friendly Death Rattle unit within this unit's combat range with a target. Roll dice on a 3+, target's melee weapons have crit 2 hits. Really nice unit of skeleton warriors you can do that with. You're not going to pick probably the Barrow Guard because they probably have crit mortals or something on their scroll, so that's not as good. Unfortunately, but where he fights at the same time as a unit of Death Rattle bring one to hit, which is nice. Many of these abilities, many of these fight simultaneous abilities don't give you any bonuses, which will then just absolutely garbage. But yeah, plus one to hit is free to you. Like, I mean, you can spend a command point for plus one to hit, or you know, you can fight simultaneously with this guy, which is kind of fun as well. The crit to hit is also cool too. Well, a lot of skeletons. That's a nice bonus to add in the them, which could be very, very fun. Our last hero is almost all over. Is a necromancer. Got 5 health, 6 up save, moves 5 inches. Now, the reason you're going to say the necromancer is because of the fight twice ability, but we should also mention got the ability to get 4 ward save when near death rattle or dead wall units far within 3 inches, which is good, but they still take the damage. It's also level 1 wizard and casting spells, which we love. But thanks to Van Helsdale's Macarbonate, which is once per turn in your combat phase, you can pick up enemy death rattle or dead wolf this unit on 12 inches. This unit to the target. Roll the dice with 3 up. The target can use 2 fire abilities this phase. After the first use, however, target has strike class for the rest of the turn. But you have the ability to put strike class on your opponent, thanks to the spell wall, which you can cast from here as well. Now, this is not a spell, so it's just an ability. But it does push you in command point, and you've got to roll a 3 up. So it's a bit of a risky situation, and you only get 1 chance at trying to make it happen. But it does mean you can make a very, very strong fighting Death Rattle or Dead Walker unit, which is good. And I think people will try to make this happen, still try to make this happen. And ultimately, a wizard costs about 100 points. So the necromancer's like 120. This is basically, you get a free shot at trying to make this thing happen. But you probably ain't going to build it into your list. Probably going to aim to do this versus. I think some people will be disappointed because this previously was a spell. This is probably not more reliable, but maybe a little bit better. Your opponent can't dispel it, as an example. So yeah, still good, still there. You can still make units fight twice, which is great. We're going to move on to the units, and now we're going to get to look at some of our units or upgraded units or new units. The Barrow Guard is the first unit we're going to look at. It's an infantry frontline unit, and they are tech models, upgradable or reinforceable to unit 20. 1 health each with a 4 up save. Now, that's not too great, and I want that to be a little bit cheaper. But their combat profile is pretty good. 2 attacks per guy, 3s and 3s, rend 1, damage 1. Obviously, you know with that health, you could potentially get pilot attack twice. You also know that we can get plus attacks, plus this to hit, and plus rend from different sources all across the book, as well as making our opponent strike last. But in addition, they've got a passive called Guardians of the King, where while any fully soft-like Great War's infantry heroes are within this unit's combat range, both this unit and the friendly units have a 5-up ward save. So this can be a very, very strong kind of frontline objective-holding unit. 20 guys with 41 attacks doing crit mortals, potentially piling and attacking twice for 82 attacks is a lot, maybe, if it all works for you. Well, you've got to do a lot of things. You've got to cast a few spells, do a command ability, roll some 3 ups. Maybe you've got Manfred nearby, adding some extra attacks. So there's some fun stuff there, for sure, with the Barrow Guard. I like them. They're probably going to get outshone because they're slow movement. You know, we can make them a little faster thanks to things like Neffy. Are we going to see that? Probably not, but I wouldn't be against trying it out at least. Our next unit are Barrow Knights, which you're definitely going to take over the Barrow Guard. So Barrow Knights are a cavalry unit, 5 models, reinforced to unit 10. Each model's got 3 health each. So a reinforced unit is 30 health, which you're going to learn firsthand soon on a tabletop. They've got 4 up save and they move 10 inches. Control value of 1 per model. I probably should immediately talk about their passive, the Knights of the King. While any friendly death rattle cavalry heroes are within this unit's combat range, both this unit and those friendly units have a 5-up ward save. That would put this unit, Barrow Knights, at 30 health with a 4-up armor save and a 5-up ward save. However, obviously, being death rattle and only 3 health, potentially you could also bring some back with Van Helms or Rally to bring some models back into this unit. But for not Van Helms, sorry, having death implications is what you can do, which is for battle trick. But also, they've got at the end of any turn, first to rise once more, you can return 1 slave model to this unit, and that is in once per army. So if you were to take, I don't know, just off the top of my head, 3 times 10 or 30 of these Barrow Knights, that means you can return 1 to each unit. which is pretty good. That's 9 health back across your army. Also, obviously, if you kill a unit of 10 somehow, then a unit of 5 can come back from one of your grave sides, which is fun. And on the charge, and actually in the fight, I forgot to talk about that, they can do some good stuff. So you've got 2 attacks each with +1 damage on the charge and crit mortal. They do health 5s and they're only red 1, so it's not crazy amount, but obviously also I think so. You can also obviously make the pilot attack twice in the charge as well, thanks to finding holes the on top of it. So excellent. And if you've ever seen me talk about alpha pins, I've got a video on my Patreon about it. Yes, you're most likely to see people alpha pinning with these, bringing models back, just being a menace, being a problem, making it so you can't move or objectives to tactics, as well as doing some output. So pretty good. This unit is a corpse start, 6 health, 7 health, 6 up save. Nothing to talk about in combat. It's a small piece, and its job is to use the passive Lotus for death, where melee weapons you get units have crit auto wound while they're holding an importance to this unit. And talking about units, we have Deadwalker zombies. They come from 20 and upgradable to unit 40. They're 1 health, 6 up save. They've only got 1 attack each. However, each time a model in this unit is slain, then you can pick a unit close to it on a 6+, you can inflict up more to move back. So a lot of zombies, holding objectives, not a good armor save, and you can good enough recursion in the army that these are going to be super integral to how you want to play. Definitely more like more of a skeleton-based army and vampire-based army now than what it was with zombies. So Direwolves, the next unit we're going to look at. Direwolves is a unit of 10 reinforceable up to a unit of 20 with 2 health each and a 5 up save. That's a lot of health you can put on an objective. They do have that beast ability, which means that they've only got control for 1, but we know we can get rid of that if we decide to take a Via Volga, which is very cool. Also, because they're Deadwalkers and you're running Corpse Guard nearby, you can give them crit auto wound, and a unit of 20 is going to have 40 attacks, quite a lot. So very nice, in my opinion. They've also got a passive on the hunt. This unit can use run ability and so use charge abilities at the same turn. It moves 10 inches. So now you've got, and also if we take something like, we know we can get some pre-game moves, some early moves. We can also use the lash, which we're going to be taking as our heroic trait. So you're going to be in a Direwolves race up the board and pin the enemy in, which is also very effective. And they're also normally super cheap, so I like them. Belbats is a unit of 3 models, and they have got 3 health with 6 up save, but they do move 12 inches. You've got 3 attacks, 4s on 4s, no rend damage, 2. I should also mention that I did point out quite wrongly that you could get crit auto wound on the Direwolves. You can't do that because they are a companion weapon. The dogs, even though they're not companioning anybody. I apologize. That's wrong. Don't try to do that. There you go. Okay. Belbats, 3 models, 3 health each, 6 up save. They've only count for 1 on an objective, and they've got the Feed and Fell, where this unit can use charge abilities, even if you use retreat ability in the same turn. In addition, no more damage is inflicted when it retreats. Now, this is an amazing unit for going and scoring objectives. Not objectives, battle tactics. They're just tiny, they're really fast. No one really wants to fight them. When you kill them, bring a few back, throw some dig into it too. They're normally super cheap. They're really effective. But they're good in scoring points, which is how you win the game. But they're not very flashy for killing stuff. Our next unit are Blood Knights. Absolutely killer. Blood Knights is a unit of 5 cavalry, reinforced by unit of 10. 3 health and 3 up save. So 3 health per model, 30, 3 up armor save. Move 12 inches. They get 3 attacks per model over the Barrow Knights, so that means that their +1 damage and +1 rend on the charge means that they're going to be rend to, they're going to be damaged to as well. Now, don't forget, you can get additional damage if you decide to take Vor Drive with them as well after they've wiped a unit out, which is pretty scary. In addition, they've got an ability called Riders of Ruin. When this unit moves, you can pass through models in enemy infantry units, and you can pass through the combat ranges of enemy infantry units, but you cannot end up moving combat unless specified in the ability used. So now you've got the ability to ride stuff rolling around. But if you do move through a unit, you've got the ability called trample starts anytime. So it's an enemy unit that this unit passed across. This turn to be the target for D3 and inflict that amount of mortal damage. So obviously, a bunch of these units running around, charging, fighting, having a good time is very, very scary. Obviously, in the battle formation, you're also going to get plus one from wound. So now your temple weapons can also be like with all that attack, twos and twos. Damage 2 could be damage 3, could be rend 3. So you can do some absolutely nutty stuff with these fellas, which is very good. So next up, we're going to look at Varghese. Varghese is unit of 3 models, reinforced watch unit 6. They've got 4 health each, but only a lowly 5 up save. But they do move 12 inches, and to help them move around the board, they've got an ability called Death Descent, where once per turn in your movement phase, if this unit is not in combat, you can move to the battlefield and set everything on the battlefield more than 9 inches away from all the enemy units. Now, if this unit's cheap enough, that's legit a great ability to be jumping around and trying to do battle tactics and some other stuff. In combat, they're not too bad. They've got 3 attacks each, 4 for 3, rend 1, damage 2. Almost the same stat line as a hero, but there's obviously 3 of them. So you're going to have like 9 attacks with crit 2 hits, which is kind of champion 10 attacks, which is kind of okay. So in the right situation, Varghese is cheap enough as a utility piece for scoring points, threatening terrain pieces at the back of the board, like your ring tracks and stuff. I think the Varghese could be an okay thing. The next unit we're going to look at are the Skirgu True Blades. So they are a Warcraft Warband kit, which means they've got an odd number of models, 8 models in the unit, with one of the 8 being a little beastie. Now they've got 2 health each on a 5 up save, so they're not very survivable because that 5 up save is pretty rough. They move 6 inches, and they're like a kind of a specific fighting unit directed towards monsters. Their weapons, they've got 2 attacks each, 3 threes, rend 1, damage 1, but they get plus 1 rend against monsters, and they always have crit 2 hits. Then the little fella that they've got, his name is a Curse Blood. He's got 5 attacks, 4 4s and 3s, rend 2, damage 1. So not super scary, but they do have the vampire keyword, so it does mean that in the right situation, if you wanted to try and make it happen, yeah, plus 1 damage on them from armor 4 try. Okay, so then in any combat, Richard, how would you can finish combat with a Curse Blood on a 4+ target as strike blast for the rest of the turn. Now, this is limited to 1 per army, so there's an argument if they're cheap enough to maybe try and get a couple of these units whipping around, charging into enemy units to try to make them strike blast before you hit them with some of the other bigger pieces. You've also got access to spell that does that, obviously, the core spells, and also things like Fortry and Manfred have got the opportunity to always get strike first as well for them. So there's a lot of strike first, strike last available in this book that you can play around with. I guess you maybe could bring these support for more of your Death Rattle skeleton builds, so that the strike last is still there. Then we've also got the deed of the Skirky Renkai, where you subtract 1 from hit rolls from combat attacks made by enemy monsters that target this unit, and plus 1 hit rolls from combat attacks made by this unit that target enemy monsters. Now, plus 1 to hit, you're not going to save them. But as long as they're cheap enough, it might be a fun utility to play with. So that's the whole book, actually. Now, obviously, we've got the Army of Renown, which I'm going to cover in a separate video, and Regiments of Renown, mainly because I'd like to be more hyper-focused on those, and hopefully kind of get a bit more gritty on that. What do I think? Well, obviously, most of this is some sort of copy from the Battle Pack, as most of these books are, which, for having recorded now for nearly 4.5 hours along with the quiz chat, it's a little bit disappointing, ultimately, that you're just trying to cover the same ground. But I am reminded that there is a lot of stuff in this book which seems to be very close to greatness. You do have pilot attack twice, you've got strike last in several places, and strike first. The new skeleton seems super strong. I won't lie, the Barrow Knights especially, that 5-up ward save, causing all sorts of issues, I'm going to say. You've got tons of wizards, special characters. You've also got fun war scrolls. A lot of armies are going to be mad as hell. The you as a sort of Grey Balls player could actually just build some fun lists. You do some fun stuff with Radikar, Fritzer, maybe Enigma as well. You can really do some very interesting stuff. And those kind of fringe 100 point, 150 point characters, you could have some real fun with as well. Your general troops are pretty fun. You got good combat pieces all over the place, and okay armor saves. And then your manifestations, pretty interesting videos. Always do big pop and dash as well. So overall, I think it's quite a wide book, a lot of options. all direwolves, all skeletons, all any of your vampires as well. So you can even do a big monster mash, I reckon, and run around and have a good time with it. So I think that that's a legitimately good thing about this book. Currently, at time of recording, the win rate for Sword White Grey Wolves isn't very good, and this army specifically isn't very different to what it was previously. You've got the added bonus, I guess, of the terrain features. We'll have to see. Sometimes terrain features can be a liability versus bonus. But I remember the last time I did the Software Grey Wars book, I was positive about the book. And I still think I'm positive now. I'm not really sure why. I think maybe I'd like to maybe put them on the tabletop because I was super positive and upbeat about it. So I'd really like to break this down more in the future. And obviously, we've got the Army Brunel, which I'm sure already, the Oracle's video you've heard is absolutely really good. So I'm excited to look at those. So thanks for watching my video. I hope you enjoyed it. Thanks to the Twitch chat. Thank you to everyone who supports me on Patreon. I can't make this content without that support. You help me do that. So thank you to them specifically. If you enjoyed the video, let me know in the comments below. Loads of love. See you soon.
It might actually stop and use airbrush and extend where it will help shaping process. The $820 airbrushes are great fun. Any of the brands we talked about are good enough. But my personal favorite and my biasing goes to the honestly big ones are designed for beginners. $120 to $200 airbrushes are great for stick and from beginner to professional, as they are easy to clean and easy to spray and have a good quality spray. And the more expensive ones are designed for professionals, so they're not recommended for beginners even and afford it. There are these snap-on portable compressors, pistons, and single piston in compressors. There's a few things to consider for buying compressors. Two main ones: what is my budget and what am I using? Generally, it's better to first pick up the airbrush that is best for your usage. Then there's the budget for the compressor, because the airbrush will be a bigger factor than the quality of the spray. With that though, there's one thing that I feel like every compressor should have, that is notable pressure. Now this one does not have that. Some of these have two steps, so you can have two different air pressures, but this one has one. So they're not really great for anything, but if that's a booth you can afford, and you just want something to have your either miniature and base coats, then yes, it's okay for that. Then have the single system engines. These are kind of the low big airbrushes. There's come in a couple of different variations. Some
Giorno, cioè anche se no abbastanza che non si mai, e le più che si, allora che non da.
Everybody, 2,000 points. Gold-White Greyboard. Something Scryer Complex underground. So sit back, relax, enjoy the show, and let's go take a look at the list for grade today. Regiments to show you guys. Now, I'm trying to focus
focus on Scryer stuff here, so we're going to be playing Scryer Battle Formation right to enhance the range capabilities of my fancy war machines. My general will be this Arch Warlock. You know, he kind of throw all this stuff together. He's will be getting the research in this facility, but he's not going to be coming in the battlefield per se. I like to imagine the plot that I had is one the logistics of battle. You know, this guy makes stuff and is real smart and cast spells. But with his regiment, we are going to have a reinforced unit of Giselles. We're going to be bringing a warp lightning cannon in addition to a single dual wheel and a unit of grappling guns. You buy them and essentially get three. They got to figure out how they actually deploy and play though. I don't think they're three, but they might. Things have changed on the game. Got ourselves a Warlock Bombardier as a second leader in a second regiment. We're going to be running two Acolyte squads here. Excuse the square-based ones in the back. I'm missing two of the old school ones. Funny enough, I'd like to point out that we have the old school ones on circle bases for Sigmar. We got the new ones here in the back on square bases for the old world. The third unit of that regiment will be a second dual wheel on the list. My last regiment is going to have a claw lord in it. I always like to run a bit of Verminus in my Scryer list here. He is going to have our artifact, Foul Hive, which gets killed at every first level. Usually though. And then Skilled Manipulator is going to be his heroic trait, as like I said, I like to make damage. So if he's near infantry units, he can is a 4 save, he passes that damage off to, well, whatever infantry is nearby. Now, with him, we have a reinforced squad of Storm Vermin, and then two regular Land Rat units to go along with him. And that there is, I think, exactly 2000 points game, and actually, we're going to go ahead and take a look at David at Soulflight Grave Lords.
All right, so I'm David from Ohio. I'm playing Back in Hall of Blood. So for the General Regiment, I've got my Mortis Engine. He's going to be the General from the Army. He's got the Amulet of Screens and the Lash of the Sire, since he's the only one who can have those. In his unit is also a reinforced unit of Diaries. That's going to have been playing for Belladama. She's in Regiment 1 with Deadwalker Zombies and a reinforced unit of Skeletons. I forgot to mention Evia, how do you say her name? Evia Volga. She's going to be in Regiment 1, but the next one is Radikar the Beast with his Morgeists and Morgs. I added him for a little bit of extra charge.
That is it for the Soulflight Brave Lords. Ruining the Twilight Sorceries for their manifestation. Or I'm, of course, going to escape it when I just got to put it on the people. I got to get them down. But let's go take a look at Battle of Funny Thing. And there are many people in our community that want to improve their physical health. I asked the question, do you want to have this challenge? Do you want to have it? I said, yes, we want it. This is the answer to that. It's first adjustment nature, now available in Day 184. By getting this thing, you're making a commitment to yourself that you will just place this on your cotton shelf when you're getting up. Look up at it, triggers that thought, trust. The movement has started. It is fantastic. Mr. That, we're assembling the Berserkers. Join in the collection of skulls. Now back to school. Today we'll be playing limited resources. This is a relatively new issue that came out just like a year ago, I'm pretty sure. And it's one of my favorites. So we have 6 objectives, as you see here on the table. There are 2 in each player's territory, and then there's 2 straddling the border of each player's territory. The main twist here is that we start gathering victory points from an objective. You're extracting a resource from it. And if you control it and gain victory points from an objective for 2 turns in a row, it no longer has resources available for you to gather. The opponent can still do it, and you can deny them from doing it, but they really want you to approval on you and keep pushing it to enemy territory and gather resources from their objectives. And that's effectively it. The underdog in this battle, 3 control scores of friendly units that are testing their objective, for which they're currently extracting resources. But otherwise, you get 2 points at the end of your turn. You get at least 1 of the 6 objectives. 2 if you have 2 or more, and then 2 on top of that if you have more than your opponent. For a total of 6 there. And then, of course, to round it at 10, you get 4 victory points if you complete battle packet that turn as well. And it's kind of whoever has the most victory points improved after 5 battle rounds will be the winner of limited resources. We are just about ready to deploy to the action of our game here today. I want to give a shout outs to the beautiful train companies that support us here at Oregon. They send us a lot of their product. The battle mat here, I'm shooting to represent like a bloody cave or swamps as well. If you're interested in this game mat, they obviously have a lot of other mats available. But that's what I like this one. We have Green Leaf Grape that be a bunch of the rocks here for us. And he always likes to use aquarium terrain. It's kind of painted up as a standardized wargaming terrain, so that's a great resource, a great thing you guys can do at home as well, gaming terrain. And then you pretty much like made everything that's on the board other than these are from a Goblin Town from the Games Workshop set. If you guys want to get your hands on it. And of course, my friend David here wrote a game.
We did. It's a tabletop role-playing game. So it's basically D&D meets Monster Hunter. The idea is that you can fight giant monsters with your party of 3 to 4 people. It isn't published yet. I'm working on that, and the website also isn't up, but it will be huntmaster-emergency.com. The game is called Huntmaster. You can buy it on Amazon. And yeah, hopefully it works out. I'm always looking for feedback and people to play, so if you're interested, let me know.
And then there'll be some information in the description down below. The idea I like a lot, very unique monsters with different elements on its body. Face might have more armor than the belly might have, the tail have different armor as well. Quite literally, Monster Hunter, the tabletop game. I like it a lot. So if you want to check it out, I'll have as much information as I can in the description down below. But at the very least, your peepers pops, because it'll be making its way up soon. Yeah, thank you for bringing along, David. I always want to try and promote any creativity that I can. So if this is something you guys have been looking for at home, I bet you can go check it out down below. Yeah, deployed. We are ready to begin the game. I think this one first, because I was lucky to won the rollout that David and I had the same amount of rounds. Yeah, we both had 3 each. So I'll go my deployment first. Starting my right flank, going last. I went with a really redundant deployment because I had a redundant kind of list. So dual wheel guard in the flank, just sails, full lightning cannon, a lot of stationary shooting here with our bombardier. Luckily, they made it so this guy only needs a scryer hero nearby to really amp it up and operate it at higher potential. Not that I'm opposed to bringing warlocks, I just always like this stupid rat with a rocket launcher, so I'm happy. Yeah. Clan rats, they're going to be protecting this acolyte team. They have the weapon team rolled out. It's kind of cool. We have the Arch Warlock on the top of the scaffolding. He's technically underneath. We're playing those around here, so you guys can see better when he's up there. And then I realized my list kind of blends into the table really well because it's kind of the same color scheme, so my bad. But other than these, it's not. Stormvermin, the weapon team hiding behind them. And then we'll lights. Then we have our Claw Lord hiding amongst Clan Rats, or with them. It does have skills manipulator trait, so we can benefit from them. To take passing ones outside and take them. What if got on this side for the money, but I should immediately about you. I have nothing hiding underneath. I kept all of my units on the board. Now, please give me what we got.
Okay, so I got my big old block of wool backed up by Belladala as usual. My Coven Throne here central, because that's hopefully going to be a key part of my strategy here. Radikar is just going to be wherever he needs to be. I've got my Vargeists ready to go to fly in when they need, and my Varks here are hopefully going to do what I can do later in the game. And to round it all out, I've got my zombies on the ground.
Yeah, the ready to pump up. Got the death rattle out front ready to. I cannot wait. I am most excited for Clan Rat versus Death Rattle Skeleton. The match made in heaven. There we go. I've got to finish deploying first, so I can get to dictate who's gonna go first. I think I'm gonna let my undead friend here, who's playing my favorite battle formation, the Bond and all of Live Box, will get to go first in this round. So in the start of the battle round, I get to put down my first novel.
Has no reliable characters.
It's gonna burst up over here in this corner. This scenario actually is quite a Jets board. Now, I want to point out all of the large main structures are actual parts of the board that has to have terrain on it. So these need to be free away from terrain and objectives. So if I can't put it here, because this is a part of the board, can't put it there, because that's part of the board, can't put it here or there, so this is the force equivalent, that's part of the board. And then on the other end, like the back corner here, this isn't hard, so I could like flex, I could put it around there if I need. And through here and through there. just have a secret one back there. I don't really want to put one over there. I don't know what I will. I'm going to put one in the corner to threaten it. I might not use it right away, but that could be a key location later. We'll go back here, 3 away from this 3. And it might be useful, it might not.
It's battle tactic time, David. So I think I'm going to do seize the center. And my idea is that I can push my wolves up, and then these guys have the ability to flap anywhere on the board as long as they're not already in combat. So they should be able to seize me that particular battle tactic.
I don't really have a way to run and charge, so I can't redeploy and counter charge to prevent it. So it should be relatively easy to achieve. Now, granted, you will be putting those right up in my growth into counter attack, but they're undead. So it's kind of the point. I will note the bodyguard and certain honor guard rules. My general is the Arch Warlock, and I did have to do a correction in my list. I kind of quickly threw together an error. I meant to put one of the Globadiers in his regiment, so I'll simply just swap out the Rattling guns for the Globadiers. It takes nothing other than the technicality of it. I want to go priority target with them. So they're going to get +1 to hit the enemy general and his regiment, his honor guard, as long as I within 12. And then you're going to go with bodyguard.
Yeah, bodyguard on my dire wolves here, and my general is the partisan.
Try and get that one. These guys are going to kill on horse dude, so it should be okay killing dogs, especially with the bonus of hit and people. They get really close, but Globadiers only have 12 range, so correction, 10 inches, not 12. My bad. So to point out the layout that we're using for the scenario is no places of power on the board. It's all just physical obstacles, and it's going to be here as a spirit, but I won't play this cover for both boards to see, which seems kind of funny coming from the Grand Scryer guy. I think to point that out, I'm going to deny you the areas to hide behind from my shoot. I don't think you're going to utilize it too much, but if push comes to shove, you can absolutely hide behind them. They will still provide cover. I don't think it'll matter either way, though. I think you're going to be playing a very aggressive grind in the middle kind of game, not hide in the corner where they put the hide in the corner thing.
The first thing I'm going to do is lash the sire on the doggos here. Going to push them forward. I think it's 3 inches. I got that wrong. It's on a D6. That's how many inches they.
On a 1 nothing.
It's a 1 nothing.
Let's see it. They're going to go forward. 4. Very good.
So next up, I'm going to use my prismatic palisades from Radikar here. It goes off on a 7.
Let's see it. That's a 6, right? Yep, that's yeah. You got attack, that's all yours. From Radikar, they explode right in front of the skeletons, protecting them, and you get a little bit of the objective on this side to claim yourself, to point out just a tiny thing. That's all you need.
So Bonadama is running past Umbral spell portals.
Good luck. Let's see which gets. 5.
Not enough.
Not even with the Volcano for 1 bonus.
Yep. So I'm going to use Under the Killing Moon on my big old blast here. Goes off on a 7.
That's a 8 weeks of this. What's this going to do for the dogs?
The removes its characteristic has friends to their attacks.
Also, the control check, a little bit more aggressive with it. To render their attacks, still built in spell. I'll go ahead and let you do this. So I would have a different wizard level of alignment. I want something Geminids. Try and get that one a little token, and then when we cast the Geminids of Holy Kish. Oh, should also point out that the Mortis engine absorbs in death magics. When the little wizards nearby passes, or that 2 goes up to 6. It also explode better later. What do we need for Geminids?
We need to get a 7, and these are where I'd like to put them, so let's see if I get it.
Well, that is going to be, looks to me that's a really good roll. That's a friggin' 12, actually. I can't even stop that. So the Geminids are already down, so we don't have to worry about that. And is that it for your hero-based stuff?
I have 1 more spell. It's Radikar's Armor.
Oh, yes. Scratch that. Radikar is a level 1 wizard and cast a fancy wall earlier. I got a couple of hero-based things to do. I'm going to go ahead and do some divine or sort of because I too like to cast spells. And I don't think I need the command points to do too bad early on. This endless spell, this manifestation of everything is pretty good. Cool. I definitely want this in play. 7 to cast, but I need an 8 on the dice because I'm at -1. Put 9 on the dice, so I roll an 8. And obviously we're going to try to unbind that with any of your wizards. It doesn't really matter who, so you don't get any bonuses. They're all pretty much 30.
Yep, I will do it with my Mortis engine because it makes no difference.
Attack, you monster! That's nothing. I don't get it. No fun vermintide nonsense from me. There's one more hero base ability that is 3 claw steps ahead. I pick it's an infantry unit. They get to do a normal move. Now, I only kind of realized they're going to target this unit to move up over here to threaten this area. There's a chance I can pick this unit and countercharge to stop the battle tactic, but if I stayed it, then there's no way to really stop it. And then I realized I had that ability, so I'm still going to use the ability, and it's still impactful. I'm just going to go ahead and do it over here. And that targets any non-monster skating, and so we're going to use this to get our clan rats further up. Because when I read it, I did not notice the hero base flaws there. We're going to move to the 6 up there. The hero base. We're going to go into David's food phase. And if we're going to quickly summarize it, I expect that they're going to pop up into the sky and get set up in this general area. They're going to move up, consolidate onto that area. And then the road's done, though. But we're going to show where it all ends up all the same. It's a weird dot. So the dog goes ran. I think I'm running charts where we don't want to be up down, but we want to hold the middle here. So the middle's actually this point right here between these 2 dots. So if our guys showed up, just secure that there. And they ran 5. It was curious. Skeletons creeped up behind the palisade or the wall. Right guard over there. Mortis engine, Belladama. Geminids can't move. Then just keeping that one vampire back there. Just to keep the game honest. And that's kind of it for the movie, except I did want to show off the Deadwalker zombies that were under the surface popped up over here. More than 3 away from Ios. Not declare a charge this turn. So they have 2 options. They can declare a charge to be 9 away, or just outside of 3, but not declare a charge. They were within 6 of this terrain here, so they kind of like the start. They were there to begin with. They were always there. They can't pop out of the ground. They fall out of the ground. Classic song stuff. That means I'm gonna have to cover fire against them, just to alleviate some of the pressure back there. I'm not gonna redeploy anywhere. You go ahead and go to your shooting phase if you have range on the horse. No shooting. I will. I'll move. Wait, I might be wrong. The whale is only 10 inches from the banshees. For shooting on my, there's Warlock has a cool ability where you can pick a unit. Oh, he might be in range if I pick that. If I use covering fire on a unit only within 13 of the Arch Warlock, costs 0 command points. With cover fire, I can do the bomb here or I can do the wolf lightning. I don't want the wolf lightning chance to hurt itself. So we're going to go ahead and do our acolyte bomb meters. They have 10-inch range, which they got all the fire. I think they're through the back, or 8 of them are going to be in range to lob a poison flame globe onto the Deadwalkers. Of the 8 that are in range, they're 1 attack each, but Henry, you guys have champions, so 1 more globes. 9 globes keep growing. They're only hitting on 3s. We're looking at 4s now. That was a 6. We got misses, but overall, quite a bit of heads. 4 of the priest wound with a range 2 against infantry. These zombies don't really get a save. However, these are Z3 damage. A +1 if the target unit has more than 10 models. So it's going to be 3 plus 3 damage. So the poison wins 10 damage on the zombies. 3, 6, 7 plus 3. 6 avoid save, passing 1. Non-zombies give into the poison with Overhears. You think they'd give you to it. That's a different game and a different edition. Go ahead and a very biased undead fish. Thank you, that's the one, yes. Good thing it was a word I wanted to use. I want all the buffs in the world, no matter how strong or weak a dead are, I want them to have 4. Now, no real charges to accomplish here, even though the largest scare can charge 3d6, they're a little too far away. Then again, these guys can run a charge, but if we do charge with them, we give up the battle tactics. So no rate to scoring. You got your battle tactics, that's 4 points locked in, not bad. Yeah. You're on 1 objective, you're on 2 objectives, and I think you're on more than 8. So, come on, yeah, you got that one. The dogs can have this one, and then you got tag that one back there. Yeah, I should have redeployed in hindsight, because I could have also been on a 3rd one. Yeah. But I didn't. So, you're going to have 1 objective, 2 objectives, more than 3 for a total of 6 points, and then the extra 4 for the battle tactic. So at the end of the turn, Radikar has an end of turn movement, so he's going to go there today. And that's good. So updates. These are one they keep track of at 10 points on game's first turn. I'm going to go to my first turn. Currently 3 to 4 command points. Good luck, Steve. I'm going to be bold and maybe dumb. My battle tactic is going to be to slay the entourage. I'm going to try and slay your honor guard here. That is a reinforced squad of dogs. That's 40 wounds a dog. So it's with the ward save as well on top of it, so you can kind of do it. That's like an extra 7 artificial wounds. And then those 7 artificial wounds become an extra 3 and some change plus 1 more on top of that. So we're looking at like 51 wounds out of Truther with no dice roll. One would be normally to a strong to do, but I also have these guys who are going to be a problem back here that I have to do it. It's a good move. I think I have the try and deal with them, and all of this is going to focus on that giant friggin' dogs. That's going to be a problem later on, anyways. Then we're going to go ahead and cast the Bell of Doom from our station board with a team. That's very nice, very good. It's not only spells, so you might as well try and find it. I will give it a shot. Give it a shot. Stuff you. Like going to mention that. I hope you know what. I hope you might be getting lucky for now. I hope it runs out. Yeah, more about it. No more fun for you.
Belladonna's going to try and make them no longer dog pieces again.
True the same spell. Got it. With a +1, -1.
Oh, +1, -1.
I will if I don't want binding. It's unbinding. It's not exclusive to casting, but banishing is exclusive to casting. At least as far as I know. And rolling the dice. Nope, you got it. Okay, turns out you can get your fun. Good. That's going to go for 4 as well. Still fun. Right. Well, let's go ahead and we're going to get rid of the cabinets. We got lots of stuff we got to get rid of. So we're going to move it. This new wheel is going to come forward this way. But yeah, you guys, 2d6+7 for the boom characteristics. Its movement ability dex rolling lets it move over other things. It's like mortal damage stuff. If rolls that up. So 2d6+7 on boom, or 11 inches. 5.5 inches will, but roll and over, and then I can roll around a little bit, come on back out, end up generally around there with an 11 inch wheel. On a deep roll 2 up, don't take any damage. We're taking that much damage. That's okay. Still try. We're going to keep this entire little contingent still. The Desales, the Cannon, the Doom, the Bombardier, they all have bonuses if they don't, right? They aren't set up or don't move this turn. And then we're sending the Horde, the Swarm up. Everything goes up. So I'm coming up and around as well. I'll show you where it all ends up though. Voila, nothing crazy. All 4 of these units just pushed up 6. I'm only going to get 4 of my Honor Guard range throw close. And then put a bit more of them, but not enough. So obviously all this stuff's going to be. Then on the other side of the battlefield, our planner has moved up, Rattling guns forward, and throw to the floorboard. This guy rolled 18 on his movement. I rolled a 11 +7. He said, alright, I'll the lightning dog. We're going to be deployed up our sphere. It's down there for an point. 5. Great bump over there, and we go to my shoe beat. Oh, I get to use my Scryer Battle for Baking Scryer prototypes. Give my units, and I roll a d6 on a chart to see what the ingenious engineers of the clan have given me. Let's go ahead and pick probably the Giselles for sure. And then we're going to pick these poison like Glowadiers. And the last thing will be, we'll go with the, why not? So we're going to roll small samples with 1 back. 2 up is good. So, going to get a 6. Okay, that's the best result. 1 is bad, 6 is very good. Get 6. And then the 6 actually doesn't affect the work like that much, but we're going to roll 4 anyways. 1 and then you can make some first D3 more as it was a done. Or if there's some spiral, it doesn't malfunction. Or through the black skin out. So yeah, that actually it's hard for that. 6. That thing only needs to hit outward, so that more power is going to go on. Yes, fine. Doesn't change much of the helmet to build them off. He only needs to hit better, and there's none of the ability to help. Let's start with our Honor Guard, because we have 4 games by neutral well. They're all going to throw a poison wind below the head door on. Get hooked with it.
All effects for the shooting phase, and I'll do it again during battle phase.
Right, be quiet as long as you can. It makes sense. I have my 4 attacks. I didn't really determine what a chanting here is. But I'm working 4 with these 5. Oh, these 5 up there. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right on sheet. It's actually the guy in range, so I actually have one more attack. And it was the guy that gets it too. Alright, they hit on 3s. And well, you know what? It was green, but you failed them all anyways. I'll take that.
Oh, thanks, 5. Sorry.
I was in my own head when I was thinking there. So it's your frame is skewed, so I get +1 damage on all these. So it's gonna shoot 5, sorry, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 damage.
This time it's 8. Alright. 6 ups.
Ooh, 2. Nice. So I killed 3 dogs so far. Take those ones. That makes sense. No matter which one I did it to, I figured I'd go with the +1 to hit +1 to move one first. Over here, these two, and this one are not good. And yes. I forgot. What's the serious thing? Anyway, so I was going to go over there. So these dice. Now they have the bonus of +1 to move and +1 rank. So you're going to rank 2 against dogs. Well, we don't ask how really good it is. Changes are high. Yes. Swap it out. It's pretty. He's going to freeze. And on 6. This +1 wood. That's going to be 5, 6 wounds. Rank 2.
6 up?
Yes, sir. Oh, great roll. 4 saves on 6 up. Ooh, that just stopped. 12 damage.
So I'm gonna varnish these guys now, these girls. Get them ready for the streaking grime. So I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about the delay. Something came up. So before I went away, I varnished the snakes, and I basically just blocked in all the base colors, and then when I use the what do you call it, the streaking grime. Ooh, blurry. Streaking grime. It should add a bit of visual interest, shadows, and bring out some of those um, details. And the same for the base as well. I varnish them, and then I'm going to add streaking grime on these and see how it looks. Yeah, let's start with the bases, I guess. Streaking grime. Using odorless thinner. Yeah, it's better. It's like a heart. Odorless thinner, streaking grime. But first off, I'll just use streaking grime without any thinner.
We got 7 attacks from the doggos. They're from the Howler. What did he hit on fours? Fours. That's a couple hits. One move, Storm Mermaid? That's not a Storm Mermaid saver. Let's go ahead. We're working on it. That is it for fighting. End of turn abilities now. Oh, wait, no, I was going to turn over here. But what that means is that maybe it's a fighting here first, so I'll Storm first. I go my turn. I shot myself at reach. I will have your command point for to make that. So I have no command points. I had one extra command point in games. Don't let the Zom attack first. I shall charge down here so they pile in. You gotta go towards this. So they just use dragon like sails by pile. Only will keep them out of that. It attacks on the zombies. Take 9, oh, 5 little guys. 2, 3. There are 4 hits, you're gonna love that. And then 4 salute. 2, 3, 4. 3 of them. Alright, go. Good one. Got 7 health. When the grinding wheel attacks back at you, you get a good start for its fools. There's no rank here, so you can hear 6 of zombies. Save. Got 1. We go through the true damage each has a charge, so you'll have 6, 4, 6. Yeah, alright. These 2 here, sales and combat. Now, I'm not going to pile in the fight with your sales. I've got 3 of them in range to attack. I guess over. Yeah, that's first, you have to drag down a corner part, and you want to do that. Yeah, 5 for us. Yeah. Well, 6. Oh, you want 6 for balls, that's right. So these 4 bases will strike the zombies back. Or say with their rusty knives. Very good. 5 is 2 wounds. 2 wounds. No, wait, 1 damage. 6 up and rollable effectively. Ooh, you get 3 of them. In a horde. And then 1 zombie will die. Who do you want to do this for? Sales of. We'll do it to as well. But for 6. Yeah, it's not. Boy. It's the end of combat. Oh, she said 1 health over for this. Change damage to health. So, for scoring, I did not get my battle tactic. I do not have more objectives than you. You still have your 3. I have my 3 now. Myself, so I get 1 for 1, 1 for short. So 2 for 1, 2 for more. That's it. I'm only getting 4. If it's 10 on that first battle round. As the underdog, my units that are extracting resources, I have extra control. It's not going to be political problem. And another one, but keep in mind, you have to move right a card. That's what you do. What is? Then we have a power bolt. And then I don't really want to take the initiative here, but I'll roll into it. I got 6. I think we've seen enough Spanish. We'll let Cleo know. We're gonna go ahead and just keep it all for going. We're gonna see what's so late in 1 second. Start of the battle round, another novel. So right over here. Bring away from Homer, bring back this before Homer got away from that place. It made off the pop it up the back with more shaded nonsense. Round 2, battle tactic. What's the plan? I'm gonna do March for the Graves. Ooh, we already for that one. I'm gonna go with sales. We're gonna see if I can make something happen. Okay, well, that's actually pretty good pick. This sail is tied up currently by this one singular zombie that I should get rid of. Staying strong. I realize I never thought my ball but that's something. It's not super impactful. Stick with that now. A lot of things to remember. You have to give it a break first after this game, of course. There's a ton of this. Oh yeah, there's also a lot of things on board. This guy gave it them. First. Nope. 7. Oh, that does go on. Goes that bonus one. Yeah, that will give the dog the bonus. Yeah, it gives them the +1 thing. Well, you have it. Get the tick up on the points as well. We're going to try vital transfers. So, now I was going to target those. At the casting level. Cool, that should do it. Well, you have that one as well. I'm going to have the one up front. That'll take the force end up at 6. We're going to roll 20 dice. Every 6 is a 4. 20 dice. Is 4. That whole first. Try vital transference again. Now it's going for the limited spells. So what? The bonus?
Now I'm gonna paint the snakes with the same streaking grime. But I get messy. Maybe I should wear some gloves. Glue in the heads first. That's what I'll do.
So we'll start with Deathly Invocation from Mortison's on those. We have to roll a D3 to see how much more I get. +3 on top of it. Oh, get 3 dogs back. I get 3 dogs back. It's back to that old 12. What was he getting? Sober did nothing. I'm going to read this here, so I will. My extra command points. I'll go down to 4. This guy's going to heal 4 wounds. Back up to 6 of 8, so he can kind of repair that damage from the last time I shot. So we'll try that again, I guess. Okay, so that's going to bring it to movement. Because I have nothing else to do. I'm going to keep my command points. I don't want to go intervention. I don't know. It hasn't worked. I don't want to risk it. 2 on that belt, 2. Set. I read the set. The time was to be somewhere over here. So that all the risk be minus on the wound. Like, well, I could have got script battle back. Maybe we're just gonna hopefully we're gonna get good rolls instead. Yeah, let's see if we can bring okay, that's a particular phase. We'll go soul blade. So this one's gonna move up here. Bars, you're number 1, and Bars, you're number 2. They're both creeping up. Both are probably gonna make a charge against these 2 units. Can charge 3 to 6 go the full distance, so their average charge is 10. That guy's definitely gonna get that guy. Yeah, skeletal that's moving over to here. Renicar is technically gonna move first. I just wanted to hear where the skeleton goes, so he's gonna go. And then the skeletons move through the manifestation. Well, here see on the side there. And then the Margeist. Yep, they're gonna take flight. And they're over here. Right behind the railing. That's fine. Everything's fine. You're gonna show up over here, and then the railing guns. Then we're gonna move. What was her name? Divya Volga. She's gonna go up the other novel. Yeah, I don't think Bella Dama the Morrison where it is. Yep, they're gonna stay central for reasons. Score securing that objective. Once that one's scored, and for David and these 2 as well, they can no longer be distracted. David's got to push. But you don't see my soul force on it now. So let's go ahead and go. Not they just go right to your shoot. So what we do to advances. So with my Mortis engine, I'm going to pick 3 targets with advantages. Plan rats are yeah. Oh, novel. roll a 3+ for each target. We'll start with these guys. Ooh. So they take 6 mortals.
Yep, so I take mortal damage for the amount of charges on the board extension that the charge is over.
Correct. This one?
That's 6 on that.
And the null.
Oh, well. Alright, so the null overleaf attack is 12 rats total. Let's go ahead and lose 5, 6. I see those. Where else? 4, 5, 6. Not that. And then I can do a covering fire. I would have loved to do the Giselles. I don't know, but I can do this while lighting cannon. Or the Bombardier, the both only 30. And that's free. I can do with these just rapid guns. Maybe the Mardice as well. Runs run there, rabbit card gun up get 12. Got 12 health. He heals, I assume. Yeah, he's got the I have a whole lighting cannon. I have to pump this zombie. So we're going to do Bombardiers. Only 6 of them are ranged at mid-batter cards. So we'll go ahead and do that for free at least with our 4-1. Once we're not 4s because of covered fire. 6s are cool to see. And might as well the move is going to be important here. Oh, it's not the 1. Oh, yeah. Wait, there's a 1 point and you'll feel the damage. So you don't take no damage there. That's all I got. Luckily, that didn't cost me a point. Do you want to start charting?
Let's start with the hard one.
Yes.
That is 11 extra, so it's like
On 3 dice. That's too bad. That's doable. Arcs here goes. Oh, not quite.
not far enough. Like, dudes.
Beautiful.
Try.
Come forward. Yeah, that's at 14. Let's see, 15. 15. This is up way over here. This guy's got a easier job. 6. Yeah, okay, 11. Very good. No, my stuff! Charging with a rapid guard and 7. Oh, 8. Yes. We're nice and tightly in there too. So just 3 gigantic vampiric beasts coming at me. And then we need a 9-inch charge on the rattling gun back here. Sure, why not? Bring it on in, heck. But hey, this headless here. Now, granted, I know I'm going to take priority last turn. Nobody wants to see you do the shooting in a row. But we're getting pretty heavily punched being nice over here. We're getting punched very heavily. Counter charge with our claw board here. Try to help out. We'll go 600 and get him in there and try and mitigate some of this nonsense. I only got 1 and 1 left. Play first with these Margates and the rattling guns, just because the rest of my arm pretty much won't be shooting. And there's like 0 melee threat on this flank in general. So this is all safe to do whatever I want. Then a little bit, now punch the taps at rattling guns. Okay. Did not freeze. Force. 4 hits because the crit. 3 stones, I assume, with Margates. 3%. Only 2. Random something good, but I don't really have much to save on rattling guns. Smash one of the smithereens, hit 3 with a 3 of each, and then this one, it's got 2 left. I might as well fight with my Stormberg. They got the most punch. I have the greatest not that cheap. These are going to be 3 stick hit. Oh, 2 stick because I'm going to all out attack unless we hit 1. And go no defense at all. Hold right. That was 23 hits. Then we're looking at 4s. This is only sad. People lose to the side of safe. No, only pass the ticket. Well, they do. Then the winner.
Safety D6s.
Oh, there's 2 afterthoughts. So two down 4 game. Then we go to the first Mark Sky and go back to Giselles.
4s and 2s. 1 hit.
It's 2 rank 3 damage. That's a 6 up save. Then it's going to smash. This Giselle with Ethan. Go to TNT for the next one's got to move left.
So they're rigging talents are up next. 4 attacks and 4s and 2s. 2.
Grab. We have a little chunk piece. Keep it going. And then I guess I get the fight back. Let's go ahead and do the Giselle. I forgot this one. Oh, yeah, but great fun. I'm attacking with all my sales. Oh, the rusty blades! Oh, there you go. We got 4 hits in total. And 3 moves. No rank.
5 up. 1 saves, 1 damage. Right? And 1 warning. 1 point.
They got the 100. There's no point attack. Well, there's no point permanent damage. They're going to give it at the end phase. Big 2 no. That's my attack though. I have no other quality attacks to do, so it didn't really matter. You can run scare into that. Do you want to fire it?
Action 1. Yeah. So, first, lacerating fangs. 1 hit, and
that's like 2 damage, right? So if it 6 up still less 3 damage?
yeah.
It's straight through that 4.
Talent, here we go. Not so great. So 2 hits, and
5 up save. We'll make one of those. Damage. Oh, sorry, not. My pick, there's not really a whole lot to attack with. I'll put the right on guts. It might matter. I'll have a little bit. Even though they're vampiric, there's snapping to them, I guess. 4, nothing. Then over here, right across here, smash my honor guard, which is the right call. These guys are kind of cool. I like the example of them.
looks like Palos, crit mortals. Let's see.
I see no crits.
I see no crits.
Good roll though.
I got 3, so that's 50%. And 3. So 2 hits.
Aventine! I went to go look at their profile. I'm like, oh, people teach. They did a 10-man squad with 10 wounds, or 5-man squad with 2 wounds. They throw less I didn't have, so I'm just going to go ahead and engage and cheat as much as I can here.
I don't think they've actually hit anything yet because they're out of range.
Yeah, they did some damage to the dogs, but he did quite a bit of saves. That kind of helped quite it out. And then these guys haven't done much. I just really have 5 of that. I don't know. Technically, doubled our collection of actually. For his attacks will still kill 3 because they are got 6 damage through. So that's good. You know, so the result of some gang attacks, he's got like 2 little whip injured all over them.
Yeah, here's the piercing blades.
Freeze. Run 1, I assume. Run 1, 2 damage each. Yeah, as he did, he did. They're dead. Let's try and finish on the zombie with the 4 stick dead. Oh, 3. Zombie's still alive. And we have the dogs to attack with.
8 attacks, boys and threes.
Yep. Then pass 2, fail 1. That is a slain. Alright, I only really have the clan rats, a full basic spiders left. Now, there's no point to attack with the clan rats in the ladder card. They will mathematically do 0 damage. But I'll show it the proof. And then maybe make myself look like a fool when I roll. 7 spin around to do. So, yep. So, what I did, that's what people are not doing. We got damage from the 1 over here that would have went through, except I didn't have roll a save on it. So, go ahead and give 1 more 5 up save, and we'll quickly resolve that. Just okay, it might roll it no damage further. So, 2 damage done. I can resolve this attack, and then we'll deal with this. Only way to determine if I can damage if there's 1 point in the D6 actually improved. The rats started. 5 and 6s. Alright. That's what the so I do no damage. Because of the midnight hour. So, if you're missing 2 wounds, go ahead and quickly roll me a 100. He's back to full health, everyone. There we go. A little bit rolling. Now that I'm done proving my own point like some fool, I'm going to go ahead and attack over here with the claw or that's the last result. Maybe I can get one. It's one forged halberd, that's 5 attacks. It will strike true twice. Forge the wound. That's not helpful. No one's on Albert. Along the beast will lash out as well. He hits twice. He moves once, and it's only rank 1. 6 alarm. And then it does 3 damage, and you have a ward. Award? Alright, 3 damage, and you heal D3 to 100.
Yeah. And then I heal.
Oh, back to full. One more thing before we go to the end phase. Nakamadama, thank you, is going to attack this charged in over here and attack this novel. 5 attacks with her axe. Would be a 3s or 6s again.
6s are no. Still just the one.
Let's see if you can break through our weapon. No, it's only rated 1. We have a corpse save on rock. But that was last fight. Technically, the hunters are at the end step, but it didn't interrupt anything. This spell, it's only us for your turn, but it's a great spell. It's an animation stuff. And then it's kind of it. Now, for battle tactic, unfortunately, this failed. But you're going to be on battle tactic still. This one, that one, which were the 3 you had last time.
Yeah, and that one you still keep.
Yes, because I'm the underdog with both of these units. Let me double check, but I think both of those, because they're supposed to objective. Yeah, both of those get +3 to the score they have. So it's like 1 +3 for 4, whatever he is, probably 2 +3 for 5. So I have a total of 9. Just 1 each on those guys. So I do keep control of this. They don't snag it with me. So he will still get at least 2 points on one objective, 2 points on 2 objectives, but that's it. Yeah, so pretty much matching my person. It's not big before my turn. I'm only at 4 points, and David's at 14 total. I had no command points left. I had to use all defensive. And I did use a couple of them wisely, but it is what it is. If you want to mark that these 3 objectives have been extracted fully for the Soulblight Grave Lords, that you have got to push on other objectives. I have one more turn to essentially do the advancing. It's limited, like they're good. We're going to go for the Chaos battle tactic. I've been destroying 2 of your units. I got a zombie here with the one with him. And I've got these dogs I can work on with like some stuff over here that can help out. That's the ion attachment out of this. Then I come over here and I've got the CD mask.
So the streaking grime is all applied. Now I've got to wait for it to dry a bit.
Yeah, the location for the board is empty. Oh, we're getting 6. The dog's back again. Oh, yeah, it's good. This is just as this is what I get for playing Undead all the time. But this, I wouldn't recommend any other way to sell it that you play. I'm going to do a little magical intervention here from the board ascension and cast a transfer. Yeah. When you say Fell and Dama does technically a slightly better caster because it's vampire being made it all the same. Then I don't stop. It's mostly just to get another charge on this guy over here. There's 8 Storm Vermin and 3 are dead. Very good. Very effective stuff. Alright, so let's go ahead. I'm going to put David to death tomorrow. I got David. He's here. He's getting the bone reapers tomorrow. There we go. A little bit of justice there. I can at least have these Giselles retreat. They have, Steve have a rule called Too Quick to Hit. Infantry and cat penetrate without taking the more one. So we're going to screw over this thing. Why are you supposed to go down? All the same. I will. 6. Let's set up a Giselle instead. Don't blow this thing. Want a rat card of all again for free. We're going to retreat with the clan rats, I guess. Again, they don't have any wolves. I stay in I really feel like doing golf one. They want to go. So we're just going to no, we're not. Now, we're going to retreat this back at this one. This guy's going to move 3 doors and with both of them. It's going to end up over here. This is huge, but it's going to get, he's not either one. So he's not in the gap, so I think 2 mortal damage. Get 1 like lashing with your claws. It's just skirts away. Just gonna try to use this as like you stay there, it's fine. I know you're probably gonna charge me to keep me up, or maybe I guess you can't counter. So we're gonna move our warlock and pull the gears up this way. Actually, put it up this way. Or even attempt to deal with skeletons. I guess we're gonna That's a combat. It's a definite combat over there. We are going to retreat with these guys up here. So we're not worried about anything. I want help this guy. Plus 7 and stuff. Get them all over them a little bit. Get them on a 43 leg as well. It will inflict 3 mortal damage as it does so. 6 enemies. Wait, I assume they have 4. They do have 4. Wish I had some command points. Let's add now, because I would like to add the double them. I'm gonna run with landmines. Forward. We're not gonna go the full distance. I didn't plan on charging with them either. I was hoping to try and snag the effect. We probably have an OC of like 7 or 4. But these guys get +3. If I got a banner, +4, plus whatever I can get on there for use. And even with the 6, obviously, I would maybe bars also. I never mind, I assumed Belladonna was 2. That thing was probably 5, or 5 as well. That's gonna be yes, I could be the show flash. 40 wounds, it's not gonna stop that. I suppose I was in the storm with fighting their baby seal. Let's go ahead and shoot it. Now, the wheels can shoot combat. D6 attacks, 2 attacks, 3 dead. 3 wounds. 2 wounds, I mean, red one and 2 damage. So the zombie has to take 4 ward saves. Alright, come on, zombie, go. Not enough. But we can see half that unit show again later. And the first of 2 kills I need for my battle time. The other shooting too. Those are guys 4 tests. Before I continue, I am supposed to mark my scribe stuff that I'm going to shoot with. Realistically, it was going to be acolytes, this dual meal, that dual meal, so I'll pull it up. Nice and honest. This dual meal first, the only time it's fair if I roll 1. Don't do it at 4 AP, and more blue or whatever, get the job. Those acolytes there. One of those acolytes poison wind blows and explodes. I'm not going to mention it. One of them was exploded in their knees and go back. And then go over to the roll 6. Very good. So it's 4 wound, more than. Priest dead with his 4 attacks and 2 to wound him. Good for 6. Then a 4 save for 5 up. It is a 5 up, so the more powerful bird right through, they'll take 4 damage. Push that 4 force. Alright, next, you got 1 solely. So, which one would you like this guy to die? He charged with an artist? Yeah. This lad here does have a rattling pistol, which that shoots in combat. D6 attacks. Okay, Priest dead. Priest wound. Well, it's going to be a shooting. You can go and charge it. So I don't think you're going to get it. You don't have to shoot. But you got. So we'll go charge it with your wheel. Nice. More than okay. Right. Get that thing the other way. Right there on the objective. And extra things. Nothing else is going to charge over there. Oh, I totally didn't fire this. I'm sorry, guys. Poison with gloves and skeletons. 3 different range. Whenever they can get harsh warlocks, won't fire attacking at them. And then this one poison blow is going to go for that bars here again. So 3 hit him. 3 to wound him. Yeah. And then the remaining one is that's champion. 1 more attack. 3 to him. No. And then 3 to the skeletons. We will get lucky. Oh, all 3 hit. No, all 3 wound. Just. And then these are going to be 3 damage plus 1. So 5, 6, 7, 9 damage. 3 digits. 4 2. I'll take it. 2. A 7 dead, so 2 plus 5. So we're left with. And then we have a little fire blast of force dead. Ooh, good start. 2 still very potent. 82 on those 1 damage each. Ward saves on the skeletons. 2 ward saves? Okay. What? I don't want those. That's it for shooting the color. It's all rocket. Don't put his rocket right into the middle of the skeleton center. He shoots 2 rockets. He has +1 to hit units of 3 frame 10 or higher. Oh, got a hit. It is a wound. It's like 2 or 3 against him. So it'll burn through the D6 damage. 3. It's a little off center, but you know, 3 of them are this one. Ooh, that's a good shot. That's a shoot. Now, unfortunately, you'd have to move a little bit to make way for that guy. It's not the worst. Now for charging, this is wheel. Continue charging. They don't do that battle with their charge. That's 12 or third. Well, that's like to engage both of them, but it's not going to end up telling me, so right here, it's going to go up here. Okay, you go nicely. Or that little currency. I'm not going to give you Radicar, but I won't give you the parts here. That's how I was going to use the one parts here. It's going to go up here. What's my warlock one charges? You'll charge. Maybe how much Shire was 4. Going nowhere. A 4 actually does get him in. Gets him. It's pretty much just 4 away, so that I have to go way out. That's it for charging from me. Can't counter charge it up. So we go to fight it. I definitely would like to go over here first. I don't feel it though. So that's 6 attacks and it's going to be your turn. I want to try to get this far, guys. It does only hit twice though. It moves twice. Alright. Oh, 2 damage, which can work. I don't want. I don't want damage left up. That's all I got with that table. The bars here is. I am going to use a 10 point to on that. Good luck to this box. Last turn, next. These, okay? No. And 2 plus. 1. That is going to go through. 2 reds and 3 damage. 3 damage so far, and it's slashing power. 3. That helps. And 1. There you go. 2. And it's our. Red one. Oh, it's full fail anyways. 2 damage each. 2 damage each. It's full. 7. Now, one house left after all that. I will bring back, right here. I'll find the time. It hits 3 times. I think we're doing flexibility 4 is to move at a random 1. And 6 of save. 6 of save. Just 1. Just 1 attack. Oh, 2 damage now. And I slayed the Vargeist. And I have my claws. Just give him the last save. So, a couple times. He will get a couple of times. With luck, it's 6s. It feels 3 damage. What's the mark go to that one more time? Nice. One more attack. Yeah, after this, it was with a bit. 2 damage each. 2 damage each. Now, if you want to attack this guy heals D3 at the end of every turn. Oh, okay. So it put it back over there instead of say by this because it's health left. I will fight. I guess I'll go with Skull for what I got 4, 5. 11 attacks with a champion. And you just no one attack with this this time. There we are, of course. We got somehow 7. 6 up save on the dire wolves. Then actually this one impeached before us. Last of them. Shoot up. You know what? They're getting free back every turn. I'm pulling 2 of the turn. I have to check that out on this. Guys, $5 stacking back. Good roll on it. That's like, let's see that. That's 6 saves on a Stormbird. That'll slay. One champion, a banner. Maybe. That should be it. I think they go out that dual wheel here. You also have your. Oh, I think we got. I'm really excited about that. Oh, we'll throw it out. There we go. And that's cheated. So I think you get 6 times, so that's nice. No rank with Dickies. 4 damage. You got a horde. Okay. There. 6. Halfway there. Then Warlock is supposed to be Childbirth first. He's a little bit better of a fighter than I did for the 4-head flame. The Childbirth is not going to work with it. He's got his little craggy claw there, 2 attacks. 1 minute. It's a wound with red 2 damage. 2 with the ward save. I go to I got one of those. Hey, I counteracted equal days for back down to 4. That's it for combat. But it's get some swarming masses that can get back to hundreds. I'm going to go back to the slot. This is what I can go up that day. Good one, huh? Everything else, we have big stuff. Then that's it for my phase stuff. We got yours, so just like the Pioneer stuff, stand back up. We're technically both fighting an identical arm in a lot of ways. That's all like regular and state share a lot of arms. So we have to back over there. But then as Redberg is a D6 move, right? Is it a normal move? You can move the counter. Well, set
What's the 6?
oh well. Crazy right in the middle. It's right in the thing, but that's fine. I mean, it was gonna end up there anyways. Close to the spaces, so you can't get like, I guess, covered by your magic food. This guy didn't feel anything, no healing. This guy didn't feel anything, no healing. Then go scoring. Second turn of extracting suggestions. That's what the deal with markers on. My people for myself. Like you, we'll be trying to knock each other's extracting objectives. So it's going to be 1 for 1, 1 for 2. I don't even think they're a battle tactic because you rolled a bunch of saves on these guys over here. This one moved off, so that's a little sad. I got the dog kill, but anything else doesn't have battle tactics down. That's probably going to be mathematically able. We'll play it out the other time. But we had 8 to 14 for a 6-point deficit. Yeah, that's not 3. Yes, that's all. Read this time. I do it. Did you? 4. I would like to be this. So we'll go to Soul Boy Break for turn. Up by third. No, it's that one. 3 of which the objective. Oh, Frank is not with us. Then, we're going to figure the battle pack. Don't you want to be? Yes, Navigable Demise. Navigable Demise. Sorry, so what do we got to do now? I have to have 2 units in your territory. I'm really hurt. I feel like I'm hurting. Now, you have to be more than 9.5 minutes. I'm capable up to this area to do a skeleton and some of the water sphere coming back, but maybe wants to kill stuff. I'd rather. So we're going to go ahead and just go with do not waver. I put 2 units of don't instead, which yeah, on second thought, so we got 1 move left, and it's destroyed by anything. Battle tactic gets scuffed. So we're mission 3. We're going to go with the goal with. Take the win. Alright, there. These skeletons are already complicated. Magic that smooths over, gets better to see on it. That should no problem. So definitely invocations first, bro. Before defending it on, the unkillable dogs. Been 3 every time. Oh, no. 2 dogs. Hey, he was getting 2 dogs back with that, so nice guaranteed on the 4 side. No matter what they do, go 5. Go ahead to Midnight Armor on Protocol. Solidifies altitude. Then we go through the Vortex engine. Which my final transference. I tried those rats. I guess I'll try to stop. No, didn't matter what I tried to stop. We're gonna bring you up to 3. We're on the Vortex roll 20 dice. And 6. How much? Excellent. Oh, it's 2. I see correctly. So let's go ahead and review this. Yes. Yeah, let's just do it again. 1 more from Bella down. Yeah, that'll do it. I have no more advice, so that's going to be 12 this time. Well, dice. It's a 1. 1. It's way below average. Your rolls come to the best out. We have 1 more here into the rats. So that's enough. That'll do it. 11. 3 more rats. 22. Pretty crippled. So that guy there, there you go. I'm doing a lot of rats left. We're going to try to use up those rolls this last spell. With the 7, I said it was it. So I'm pretty sure they'll pop it on the mortise and also. Except for the hero babies, I don't have anything I can move, but they move a little bit. Yeah, the guy can run 1. Actually, blocked it. Pretend the last time. Good pattern to do it anywhere. Crazy. And then I didn't really want that. It's only normal as well. The movie skeleton just a bit over. It's here. Take their length. Then is that was I was gonna say is that there? You're also gonna gauge. Cut over there. Now, what about this bar sphere? So I haven't decided what to do with it. It's reasonable. You go on down to the sales, help on this guy here, we'll chip out a third rock on it. I think there already is with the charge, you can see where you got it. Backpack. You got zombies to bring up somewhere? 10 zombies? Yeah, let's do that.
Oops.
See you and just set aside a 3. No charge, no flat. Right in your guy. I have no base abilities. I mean, use a little, you're shooting base, your ability there.
What do I want to? So let's do 1, 2.
The target's already which one you roll for first.
Let's do rapid guns first.
You have money. You roll.
Oh, yeah. I don't know.
Shot. Okay, 3 wounds. Simple as that. Crits on them with their warp land. So that's right. That's good.
Oh, no save. Just I got 4.
You have a 6 up save base on him?
5.
Oh, defense. 6 up with all like defense.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
6. Oh, 6 damage. I got him here.
This could be dead monster.
This is kind of funny because if I still am dead, I can shoot over here.
That's dead marks.
Oh, no, seriously, what am I talking about? I actually killed the bugs too. Yeah, got him. It's your turn to like next. That's well, it's charge time, Mr. 3-6 large spear. Switch jet. Go far. That's far enough. 14. Vengeance for the other hardest here. I like it. Then one more charge, roll and I'll show it. Ooh, 6. Belladama. 6. Right there. Should be slave. I don't have any counter charging. I plan on doing. They're both big, all big. Not gonna enjoy that. I like that for sure. And yeah, this guy could be better. That's for sure. You want to fight right away? This lad's gonna fight right away. 2 hits on the fuel wheel. Actually, that's 2 hits. 3 hits goes for 6.
This one was missed. 4.
So it's only 2. Oh, it's more attack.
Oh, you're right. Try that.
Okay. Alright.
Maybe it's not that.
One
was. Red one.
Well, there's not any good picks for me anywhere. So, okay. Oh yeah. Guess I'll go over here with the dual wheel closed. We charge anyone if both of them person. So the 6 attacks on 4 of them. Yeah. Take 2 hits. And 1 no rank, 1 damage.
Big 5s. Very good. So the 2 lacerating fangs will go into the 2 wheel, and the 4 raking talon will go into the
That's what he wants out with.
Let's do the wheel.
Big old white.
2 hits. 2 hits.
And that 2 wounds. Well, I'm gonna roll. I don't. Doesn't matter what my save is. That's gonna cut it. That's a destroy. You know, that's a stack. I'm gonna get it for that.
But you know it's not.
See a 3 score.
Force. And then 2 super.
And
Red 1.
I'm about to say 2 damage.
2 damage.
Just no point in me attacking back there. You're just gonna heal it all back. No point in fighting here for the save roots. I guess it's going to resolve this fight here to finish off that bard. Gold. The bard guys. Yeah. The bard. Oh, I know it's the change. They don't give names anymore. That's what the one was. Can't give names. You give all the champion things. That in old world. And chain 1 and 15. So we hit on the these and move on forwards. And so end of 1. 6 damage. That's it. I got a ward save.
Oh, that's right.
Might make it. You slain a Marty mighty. God, all 6s. That's all 6s. That's mighty claw lords through a bar portal with soul like great lord that was crawling on like 1 arm. The both of its wings broken. Could barely breathe. Good job. Go ahead and go Belladama. Oh my God, she did it. Really has built in my hands. You know that's it. Yeah. We're gonna go ahead with our virtual one. Swipe with his halberd. 3 to hit. No wounds. So grabbing piston claws got the back signal. Very good. We're gonna go ahead and smash the cannon with Radicar. You want to put all the attacks in, or just like they're right near me?
So let's do the companion attacks into the big scary cannon, and the rest of that.
Oh, wait.
This is the companion attacks to the cannon. Freeze and freeze. Not the once.
It's still you only need to get a couple through, I suppose. Cannon's not even if you don't kill the cannon, which you don't, I guess. I'll double check and say, can't shoot. The double tribute. And then die. The lightning cannon gets to live the fight another day. Now Radicars, quads.
Yeah, let's do that.
Sixes are mortals. Six mortals. 6 mortals right there, and then these are also going to be mortals technically because I don't have a save. 2. Oh wow. There's the 5. We're going to lose. Now, might as well lose. Some of them still won't see that first goes off for not. Then the dogs into our warlock. Force dead. Fancy roll, but nothing to do with it. Yes. Oh, there you go. I think here. They are. Extra rank doesn't spell. Wow, I shine. I only made one mistake. Get a 6, he has 5 health. My general, no! I don't know my fool. Probably get 2. That will resolve a whole fight. So the main thing here is this is the underdog. Still have I have an extra 6 score on this objective. Yep. We'll still have to control this one, but Belladama takes this one away, so I can keep that there. What's making is 2 more. Yes, I think I probably have control over this one over Radicar. What's Radicar's control? 5. Well, I get 3, 6, 9, 7, 8. Sort of have left over. Okay. They don't get any extra score on this one. Just this one, they're not extracting it. Sorry, yeah. So if I only have 4 or 5, the Radicar is 5 as well. Let's no one. Yeah. And then you get the battle package. So you get 4 points battle package, 2 points for beginning to extract this. So you're also extracting more than I'm extracting. I'm extracting 0. Oh, so if I get an extra attack. That is exactly true. I can test these objectives. Right, I can test them, but I can never control them. So I can control 0 objectives, and David actually control 1. That's enough to get the extra points. I'm at 8, and David's got 8, so he's got 14 on me. So he's up by 14. That's not that. But I will throw in the towel there. I wanted to give Dave 1 more turn, so like to really kind of solidify the board control there. Still improving, that can pop up this turn, and I can go grab an objective over there. But I got like no fight other than that. I get a battle pack, I can get that objective, but this is all been sworn by undead. It's kind of like we're just trading back and forth, but you're going to be able to take more of my objectives faster than I do. I kind of pop up the whole take those objectives, right? And like even if I was to trade and get points with them, you're like 14, so sports need trading cool amount of points at this time. So by the end of the game, you'll be up 5, I'll go 14. Plus the skeleton will slowly come back. Yeah, right. Yes. And then you should be able to Radicar should finish this off on Walker. So I'm either not there or not. Or Radicar just takes it. So it's 2 points there. I won't really do it. Say that escape and give up this facility to the Belladama. The undead. The undead. So thank you, Dave, for the excellent game. Thank you. Thank you to everyone who watched and checked this one out. David and I have another game scheduled for tomorrow. It's good to die. Your Slays and Darkness is actually Dave's birthday tomorrow. It is. Oh. Sure, then we'll have their puppets. Yeah, exactly. I didn't know something. I'm fun. And shooter courts have never really been my favorite flavor on that, so that means that is one of my favorites. So I don't mind at all. Fighting army versus fighting army. It'll be a nice match. It's always been one of my favorite matchups. We get to see the proper military force of the undead versus essentially the proper military force of the better matches. Exactly that. You know, what game you're going? Use the feedback down below as always. Glad to have you guys here. See you next time. Thank you.
世界口腔確人希利人係指定嘅全球合作伙伴，旗下兩大 number one 解決推薦品牌，為你帶嚟全球口腔資訊。混入牙齒同牙齦問題，需要專業護理。舒適蛋專業購物，牙齦星專業牙牙科營養門 number one 牙醫推薦，你攜手同行，一齊成就更好口腔健康嚟。
Hey there, War Gamers, Josh back with the Wild Back! Bracket our little spearhead face off here. So today, it shall be the Skin! This is the Novice Squad Pack taking on the Night Haunt. This is the Slasher Host. I think the Skin Spearhead, pretty simple, straightforward here. It consists of the general minion, Law Lord on little rat chick. One priest here, one Warlock Engineer, with units of 10 clan rats, and 3 Rotokers. In my Slasher host today, it's going to be led by a Knight of Shrouds, 2 units of 5 Grim Gas Reapers, 2 units of 10 Chain Rasps, and 1 unit. And here we are, we're set up. Ghost versus rats. So going over to one real quick, I do have some Midnight Rats a little below, but then my Rotokers, my Claw Lord, my little Engineer, and when there's a priest here, and my other little rats, here. No, it's this. I'm not really used to anything. The second game is here that I play. Damn. The Ogre said 1. Let's see over here. What are we looking at? You got that Nether Shrouds in front. It's got Grim Gas Reapers on your side. It's got Spear House behind him. And on the flank side, got some units of Chain Rats. How nice symmetrical for this way. Very nice. Okay. And we're talking in the realm of action. Alright. Good. That's the fire one, right? I think so. Yeah, it sounds like Shimon is the metal one. The one of those. Action. Alright, let's see what our twist
See how we're going to do this.
Get it on this one back to the battlefield. The reason I want to roll off, you don't see that out of the is no longer controlled by the GM player and cannot be pressing or skills this battle map. As a turn, battle map, once I can score, but people that has any models on it. So that is usually awful. Yeah, this is actually could be awful. Roll up. Oh, yeah, 4. Send me that one. Yeah, okay. Alright. Okay, fine. I guess I don't have control of this one. And we're going to be in the turn to get off of it. And you're forcing me to go first? I'm forcing you. Alright, here we go. Let's go, Scott. Turn 1.
Need to get your business online? Go down facing fast and user-friendly products and tools, plus access to AI-fueled experience. Go down Aero that has helped build your business thing.
我非要試做軍打一路用一路，因為我從事爭，我其實直覺喺數度上安家與個數高效嘅兩倍，專利成分活成交易打法，按照跟原收報關節，基軍持差，有數減到超離了1%，六入水隻型，一人一粒超級售，主教高飛要先做。
Alright, you're being pretty simple, straightforward. For me, I just have to go for the little the horned rat, try to increase the OC of something nearby. So I'm not going to overthink this too much, or we're just going to increase the OC of this little rat's right here. Sure, why not? 3 up. So their OC is increased by 5. I don't know if that's going to make a big difference, but yeah, I'll show you where everything ends up just a moment. And here we go, like fluid is complete. Basically, I run on this everything. So the rat ogres have run over here. These guys came up with the tongues. And then on this side, just triple shuffle with Warlord, and then little rats ran here, raised here, and the guy with the gun did not run. I like rhymes. So they'll bring some shooting, then that's not these cards. So I'm gonna go more energy.
Oh, with Joss. It's a reaction. Standing still gives.
Oh, he declared his shoot ability.
And it didn't use, so I think everybody that is here, the first time they present the all try that.
Well, sometimes, that's how you do it to see your opponent's paying attention.
Yeah, there you go.
When you read the card, it's very clear. Yeah, it's not necessarily the muscle memory is there for that yet. But if you move away and you shot the more plot musket over into a food, it goes to the chain. Okay, so I'm going to shoot your chain of rats. Nice, we have no card there. I'm going to stop asking and just, you jump in whatever you need for that. So, hitting on freeze. I rolled one on a freeze, so that's one ditch. And then it's going to move out of free. Okay, very good. So this is a good way to sap the bed's Will's legs. You didn't get to ignore my red this time. Okay, so looking at scoring, I do take the two order objectives. So that's 1, 2, 4. And then I will go ahead and score taking the flanks. So at the end of the turn, there are friendly short battlefield edge. So little rats. 4 points. And since I'm the one holding the camera, Ben's the one that has to go ahead and do the work to keep track of points, which there isn't really a good way to do that under the box set. So it is rather difficult. But the force guy got it. Oh, really? What is this? The first battle round out of 4. Josh scored 4 points. That's true. Well, what's your score? Currently, nothing. But I haven't gone yet. But how do you keep track of what turn it is? This little dude didn't get it. Well, you asked. Hey, that's amazing. Is this standard game system? I think, what are the command points? That was great. Yeah. You should get something like this. We're getting forge.com. I don't think there's like one person is entertained enough to get one of these. That's my photo for today. The total 5 base on it. I don't know if it's a way to put special instructions or notes for the order, but just put because of the spearhead background that. I don't know what did it. That will be the end of skating turn 1, so let's get ready for item 1. Oh, wait, Ben's jumping the gun here. I don't have any guns. I do not feel peace. You love it. Everybody gets one. He is going to give, the Knight of Travis is going to give the Spirit Host a 5 upward. Awesome. Oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah, Pixie into every turn, and which is battle round. Cool. And then that one's going to go to Moose. Look at this complete. Josh has learned a lesson. Ghost back. Goes up and quick, bro. Okay, so this is chain wraps. Yep. These are the site pretty nice. That's what I said. The Reaper, no briefing. Yep. And then that's us. Yep. Spirit Host bases. And I've already forgot the name of them. The other ghosts are chain wraps and those safety points. Reapers. Yeah. Reapers are short. Okay, any cards to play, anything like that, or we just going right over the chart? Because I don't have shooting. I think we're just going right over the charts. So we're going to start over on this side of the board. The Reapers, yep, that are for gas. He able a 6 to make it into anything. They get a 10, which means you can strike last. Wait, Terror! Is that ups for turn? Just 10 ups, and it's just fight last. I don't have any other. So, yes, guys aren't good at playing. Just not playing first. That's awful. Look at J-Rap. Stuff. Alright, well, you've fallen into my trap over here. Let's see what happens on this side of the board. Where first? What are those first? The Reapers first? Yeah. Those two, the Reapers. 6 Reapers. Do them! Alright, well, at least I'm not swinging last. Yep. J-Rap. Then it keeps rolling where the camera isn't pointing, but I assure you, roll an 8. And that's what the charge looks like, bended up with people different formation. So, there we go. Any other try how you assume they'll turn? Yeah, you guys don't have anything else to do, so straight over to fight. Yeah, we'll fight.
do you want to start with? We'll start with. Kids, we didn't catch the conversation on camera. But I said, I'm going to swing over here first. And I'm like, really, Dad? Are you guys good? Yeah, it doesn't matter. It matters. Doesn't matter. It matters. Yeah, it matters. It's after like 30 seconds of me blinking at him. He's like, oh yeah, you just straight flash. So that's why having facilities from many more heavy force is really helpful. Because how did I put that down? I would never be able to. Yeah, but there's a bad effect of it. Okay, good. So, where do you want us to go? I'll say over here first. Okay. You have to reverse swinging first? Yes. Okay, on 4. Okay. Okay. Your almost lost the credit on 5. What is it? Credit back. Auto. Oh, thanks. Okay, that's cool. So, for this, I never did. Roll for this. So, 5 saves on 1 damage. This would be 5 saves on a 6 up. Okay, good job. You took 3 rests. Congratulations. Let's steal those 3 lives off. Now I can think that. Get to the flame rats, get them. Also, you gotta get the first 4 and 5, some special here. Stab them with the rusty blades. While your ghosts have their tetanus shots. Yeah, go to roll 5 so you can still stand. I was taking the small victories there again. What? Take 2 wounds, nerd. What's your save? 4 up. 10 of boy, 6 of war. Oh, so it's a word built into is that army one? Yeah, that's how. Okay, good. Oh, I'm gonna say. What's that mean? Yeah, guys. Single wounded. Yep. Well, that's wow. If you're still technically winning the war of attrition, you still bring it out till 2. Yeah. Those container asses over here. How am I going for vengeance? Bring out within 3 inches there, bro. Okay, so 4 guys slated. Don't ask you on the pilot. Okay. It's not with it. Probably the 3rd year. We're not getting on 4. Only 5 still, but I got 4. It's 4 total. Well, that's total. They're red on this? Nope. So there's 5 up red tape. Red seas. What? No, no. I think that's kind of the breaks here. So I don't know. I don't know how sweet where it is. So we've got 3 attacks. And am I supposed to have nothing to hit you or something? Yes. So I have Chorus and Terror Strike, 1 for hit rolls for combat attacks that target a friend with a charge in the same tracks. Okay. That's that on the other side, but right that on this side. So if I'm 4, thanks, guy. I mean, it's oh, sorry. I think on 5. Go ahead and say. I made fun of that, but tried to go through. He wounds. We don't care about red. Oh, no, what else? Let's have the unit of 3 of
is swinging. Taking fives and fives. See, pretty good. Oh, almost. But, now we've got some extra of the big stuff. Okay, so you do get control of opponents get victims. Like, as far as we can tell, looking at the rules, if you score before I can prevent that rule. Reinforcements. Okay, and then, are you playing with her? I am scoring one. They don't want to score, but they have to score. And which one are you scoring? The Hobbit Dias. Oh, okay, where is it? It's the skull one. It's got the skull. I like it. Okay, so that is 1, 4, 5. Yep. And then I get my graph back for my graph ones over here. I get 2 back. Makes me happy. I don't know on this side. It's the planet grass. It's the planet. It's just that with a score of 4 to 4, the first priority goal. I got a 3. I didn't get a 3. Yeah, with that, I have choice. I will keep my 18 turn. So it says with gas store for rats. Yeah, let's turn into blood mark. There's no underdog. We both pick an enemy unit, blood mark, and then destroy it with it. So it's like they're fighting with the all of them. You're back. There. You know what? I'm gonna pick it. Yes. I know that's maybe a bad choice. I will pick you guys. Figuring out the first stage. Your availability is still a little hard on it. Taking there. 3 up. Yeah, so I figure 12 and 6. Oh, yeah. You're on. Also go for a wither. I will target your wither. So I'll take for 6 up. I get it. Can you 3 more move on enough? For 2. No, man. 6 up more. No. That doesn't bang us. Well, I think that is going to be if my hero base moves, it's very simple. I'm probably not and for this guy. He's over there now. So that's gonna be the end of my notes. We'll see if it's still not really think yeah, the different is right over shooting. Or with ogres. Shooting at shot from yeah. That's 6. Okay, 6 shots. I got 6. What's it called? It is Ghost Ground. 3 shots. Okay, cool. The Ghost and Ground house going for yep. But you also get strike last. Yeah, there. Yeah. Put it. Okay. Yeah. Put it in your bathtub. Oh, I have tokens. And it makes itself. That's your fault. So, lost you the Reapers. As long as you get the Reapers. I sure am. I want to do that. Yeah. Take the dead. Probably 50 years old, but you have to think I would sort of say, yeah, it's actual. Where did all? Spike steady fall. You got more stuff. So there is one who's there. Run doesn't matter. And then rolls hits. This is a what day? It's now I'm gonna come over here and he's standing still this time. So 2 up. More power to it. He's shooting hits and he's gonna go here first. So they got freeze. Whoa! They got freeze ugly. In the person. Forms. Okay, so that's a being it, so he's the more power. And that's third. I'll see that. Yes. Yes. There's ours for you, yeah. And my claw lord has a rattling pistol, so easy shot in rats here. This would be 2 shots. Okay, 4 3 to conference. Let's say 5 up. Nope. Okay. Okay. Go. And then bring the stone. They are going great with 10. Guess what they make it is? They make it into combat. They're no problem. And then over to this side, the squad lord will declare charge as well. Heal 7. Great. Okay. Pretty happy about this. Moving over to actually get some swings and first strike class, so I didn't speak of it attacks again. I think kind of a random. But the 50 attacks if you're right? It's 10 on 4, jump for raise. Boom. Solid start and follow up. Nothing better could be worse. I'm going to force you to take a break of 5 6 on that. 5 6 on 5. Okay, that helps for 1, and then these are 2 games. Those are you get break for 8 4 6. 6 up. And 1. 7. It's not too shabby. You get a pick. On your pick? I'll make one. Yep. Gonna go for your little blood target. Yep. 18 attacks versus my fossil rats. 4 hits. On 1. Okay, nice. And 5 so it's not charge. Okay, so we have 3 wound hits. Press volley. Yep. So I'm gonna go real quick. I have 6. I lost 1. See this start. Oh. 3 wound hits. 5s. Okay, so 3 wound hits. Knock it off. Well, that was kind of brutal there. I guess I'm just gonna start tweet here because the only thing that's straight slash, right? So yeah. Oh, sorry, I got you guys. Oh yeah, did they? Oh, okay. Yeah. So never mind. Stress that. All these rats attack BB Reapers. Yeah, direct all my attacks. And shaking asses. Hitting on 4s. Yeah, it's true. They're hitting 4s. This will be your saving grace for those chests before staying. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, it's honestly not that bad. You have to take 5 saves. So this will be what, 4 save on that? 4 up with a 6 up. Oh, okay. That's a strong start. No. I think I already did. Okay. I can see. Oh. 6 stacks here.
Hi, Jay. It's evening where I am. Yeah, today I was working on the Snake Blood Knights, the Melusai ones. Not finished, but I did some streaking grime, so I'm letting them dry for a bit now. Then I'll do some highlights later. Back on the nights, are we? They're true sons. What's that? Are they like loyalists? Oh, actually, I just reread what you wrote. So does that mean they're still traitor, but they follow Horus still? I guess the galaxy is pretty big, so I guess a few of them slipped away and didn't go into the Eye of Terror. Did anyone paint them up though? Like paint an army of them? They sound pretty awesome. Did you read the what's it called, the Talon of Horus Black Library novel? There's a bit of cloning shenanigans going on in there. The Court of Paint, they did a good tutorial for the Sons of Horus green color. Just gonna use a hairdryer to dry this thing off. Oh no, I just left to use a hairdryer to dry it because they use many different colors, and it was a bit like wet blending, so it was very wet. Some parts of it are still wet. So I just used a hairdryer to dry it all up. Did you check out the Cult of Paint YouTube channel? They have a Sons of Horus paint tutorial. It's pretty good. Hmm. Silver or black? For me, if the main color is dark, then maybe trim should be lighter, so like silver. But then if it's quite a bright green, I think black would really frame it really well. So yeah, black or like Corvus black. It's like a charcoal type of black. By the way, what kind of stuff do you write? You write fan fiction or you write your own stuff? Oh, cool. What type of genre? Oh, nice. Maybe I'll be buying your books one day, if not already. Do you have a writer's block or just too busy? Laziness? I was not expecting that answer. You can see what I'm doing here. It's a bright model on top of a darkened base. Just like when you asked me earlier about the Sons of Horus color scheme, the trim. It really helps when you have contrast. To be honest, I love black trim the most. Like, I'm thinking to do an Emperor's Children army. Definitely going to be going black trim. And then for my World Eaters before, I gave them the old 90s theme, a bit like Corsairs, red with black trim. It's one of my older videos, but it does pretty well. Seems to, um, people like that color scheme, it seems. Cool too, actually. Black with pink trim. I think it would be a pain in the ass though, so probably paint it all pink first and then use contrast Black Legion, I guess, in the on the main armor panels. Otherwise, I think painting pink trim would cause us to turn to chaos and lose our mind. Is there a warband where there's Emperor's Children with pink trim? I think there is, right? Do you think you'll buy any of those Primarchs for the Horus Heresy? That's true. I think in that way you could make like each troop unique, which would be perfect for like a narrative play. don't think anyone has painted them that way yet. Just the Noise Marine, the special model that came out years ago that had like leopard print and stripes. A whole army of that would be pretty awesome. Definitely a passion project. Just gonna use the hair dryer again to dry off the model. Chaotically organized. Yeah. I mean, like, even I've read some World Eaters lore. I'm not sure if it's official or not, but the way they act, it's still there's rules in a way and punishments. Yeah, it's actually a bit weird about Corn. Like Corn is the god of like fury and violence, but also honor and like being a warrior, which is quite interesting. Who do you think is going to be the next loyalist Primarch to return, by the way? Some are saying Lehman Russ, but they've been saying that for years. Maybe Alpharius has infiltrated the ranks. Black's too dark. Um, are you on your? Do you have that shift today? You said you have 4 days, is it, of back-to-back shifts? Busy week for you then. True. More time to hobby. I think I'm about done for tonight or today, wherever you are. So thanks, Jake, for having a chat. Good luck with the trim, and I'll see you next time. Okay. Okay, everyone. Bye.